like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does the damage.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split Finals. This is day 2 and we're getting ready to hop in to some pretty crazy action once again. My name's DK, with me is Esproxy, and we're going to be taking you through all the action and the chaos unfolding on the battlefield here today. Esproxy, how are you doing today?
Pretty good after yesterday's a little bit of chaos that ensued. As we saw, we had to really go in with an open mind because everything we thought we were going to see was quite the opposite, actually. We had so many teams stepping up. We had 5 different teams picking up 6 of the winner chicken dinners available. Of course, we had at least one team picking up 2, so there's the math for you. But fantastic performances coming through from the team. And like we said, we love the shift in dynamics that they brought to the table, and I'm expecting today to be no exception.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely expecting the teams to continue to try and push the performances that they've been bringing in just yesterday. And that's kind of the trend that we've been seeing, teams stepping up, looking to bring in a constant flow of progression and, evolution with regards to their performances. But of course, before we get too far into this, we have to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, as we've been seeing these teams over the past few days of performance, right? Just stepping up, grinding their way through these matches. And yesterday we came in and we said Virtual Gaming was going to be one of the teams that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Also, looking at the players coming through from the side there of 1 million. But we did have then Zero Tolerance, Super Young Stars, as well as Intruder, also stepping up with quite satisfying performances. But now we need to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. And as we saw at the end of yesterday, that leaderboard was still very, very close. There was not a lot of points really separating these teams. So I do think today we're going to be seeing the teams really working it out and just trying to bring in as many points as they possibly can. And as we know, they are going to be playing across 6 matches right here today. Well, it's going to be match 7 to 12 out of 18. So, it's going to be an exciting day. Of course, we are going to be running through a beautiful selection of those maps once again. And now to give you an idea of where the teams find themselves currently, we are going to be just hopping back over into our points, our overall points, to see what that point situation is. And of course, before we get to that, the teams will have to make use of this ever lovely point system.
Absolutely. I mean, it is the bread and butter, it is placements, it is elimination points. This is what the teams have to make sure that they stay consistent with, because the points aren't going to reset anytime soon. And as we know, it's all or nothing. So from Super Weekends, we had that focus on winner chicken dinners. Now it is the focus on getting as high up those overall rankings to get a big share of that juicy prize pool. And again, like you mentioned, very, very close. I mean, one good game could mean that a team jumps up into the first page, could mean that a team jumps up into pole position. It's just plenty of opportunities here for the teams today.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the only team that could jump into pole position that currently isn't sitting there is going to be Virtual Gaming, seeing that they are relatively close to 1 million. But, I mean, definitely the teams sitting a little bit further down, Cryptics, Darkness, Intruder, and Team Unique, one strong match from them could definitely see them being quite contentious with the position we see Virtual Gaming currently sat in. But, of course, as we look over onto the second page, we see it's still going to be a very much neck-and-neck performance. We are going to be starting the top of the second page with 39 points, and it will be trickling all the way down to 24. So only 15-point difference coming in on the second page. And this is what we love to see, right? Teams coming in, continuing to keep the effort pretty high and, just making it so difficult and so competitive for everyone participating in these games.
I mean, absolutely. This is the name of the game. We want to make sure that the teams are really pushing their limits. And DK, I mean, we had some surprising performances yesterday, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, some really, really surprising performances. I mean, things were just popping off. It was quite a bit of a challenge if we look at the plays coming through from if we look at let's say Cryptics, for instance, yesterday, right? They came really close in a lot of those games to finishing exceptionally strong once again. But as we look onto the second page, I mean, this is where we can see things are still pretty tight. Super Young Stars and Zero Tolerance also picked up winner chicken dinners just yesterday, but that does not guarantee them a seat at the top of the leaderboard, of the top of those standings. So who knows? Today could still bring quite a few surprises alongside with it. And of course, we are going to be looking at what all the teams are going to be doing, right? So Triple Esports, Masters, Slime, Umbra, Myth, Lusail, all these guys, they all have some great opportunities and they've shown some great potential coming through, not only in the league play, but also all the way through in those super weekends. And we want to see those tactics now getting kind of, played out on the battlefield.
Absolutely. There's no more room for holding back. They need to make sure that they're going to be climbing those overall rankings to get themselves a fantastic share of that overall prize pool. And as I said, here we take a look at it. So obviously we're only dealing with 16 teams in the finals. As you can see, the higher they get, the closer they get to that $8,000 I guess pocket lining that you could be talking about, as well as obviously the MVP. So all of the teams need to make sure that they really perform their absolute best. Obviously, there's already a couple dollars that have been grabbed from our super weekends, but the teams want to make sure they do best and get into those top 6 slots.
Yeah, I mean, so aside from prize money that they are going to be walking away with, we also know that there will be the top 6 teams that move through into the PMPL Middle East Africa Championship. And there's going to be quite a bit of excitement as that is kind of the next stage for the teams to be moving through. And of course, for the viewers back home that forgot who made it up into the finals, here we have our 16 participating teams. Once again, it is going to be 1 million. It is going to be the players from Virtual Gaming, Cryptics, Darkness, Intruder, Unique, G3 Temper, Blackjack, Lusail, Team Myth, Team Umbra, Slime 4KT, Super Young Stars, Masters Esports, Zero Tolerance Skills, and then, of course, the players coming through there from Triple Esports. So some very exciting performances yet to come through on the battlefield here. And, I mean, we've seen all these teams pop off, right? And as I stated on social media, I'm curious to see who is going to be popping off today, because we already know who popped off yesterday. There was 5 teams coming in with those winner chicken dinners. Who will be the next ones to walk away with a few of those chickens under their belt?
That's the thing, is we want to see, what cards may the teams have been hiding over the last couple of weeks of performances, especially coming from League Play over to Super Weekend. We saw a little bit of that change and shift in dynamics. I mean, what the team's really focusing on, maybe a little bit more aggressive in the Super Weekends, because obviously they want to get those, winner chicken dinners and elimination points. And now we're starting to see that real balance come through, the structure coming through from these teams, and they're really showing the skills that they have been polishing over the last couple of weeks and how they've been refining themselves as players, as teams, and it's beautiful to see it come through. But of course, they're not done getting better, because they're still getting better as each match goes on, which is fantastic to see. And I'm very keen to see if we're going to have, those different champions coming through today. Are we going to have some of the names that we generally do see at the top, from Super Weekends and League Play, make a statement today? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But I still think we need to keep an open mind. I feel like any team at this point in time is an absolute competitor. There's a reason they have made them, they've made it to PMPL Africa. Firstly, there's a reason they made it to the top 16. Secondly, and thirdly, of course, we said yesterday, every single one of these teams are worthy for that overall title.
Yeah, and as we know, the teams are going to be fighting for their position. Not only, they are going to be fighting for one of those top 6 slots, right? Because we know they want to move onto the next stage. Now, looking at the current positioning that the teams have sitting on the leaderboard, it's not clear just yet who will be those teams moving through. I do think we'll be getting a little bit of a better idea as we get further through the day. We know as we conclude our third match of the day, that is going to mark the halfway point, right? And that should be then a position from which we can get a slight bit of an indication as to what the teams could be looking to bring on through. But today, I'm expecting the teams to come in quite tactfully, right? Because now yesterday they had a little bit of an opportunity again just to try and get a feel of what everyone's bringing to the table moving into the finals. But today it is now that opportunity for the teams to start reacting and start bringing in those strategies, because if they wait a little bit too long, the longer they wait, the harder it will become for them to try and successfully accomplish those positions and those strategies. So I'm curious to see what the mindset is going to be of the teams coming into today. I'm thinking it's going to be a lot more calculated, but we also could see a lot more of those aggression plays coming through. And of course, just to remind the viewers, we are going to be taking a quick look at the schedule to see what the map rotation for the day is going to be. We know it is going to be Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, and we repeat that all over once again. So it's going to be a beautiful share of, all 3 hour maps here being played twice right here today.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the teams, as we mentioned yesterday, maybe the ones who really don't like Sanhok, as we've heard before, they're going to be okay because they've got 4 other opportunities to really show their best strats. And it's the same said for the teams like Virtual Gaming, who one of the first teams we saw on Sanhok really popping off. And it was quite interesting to see them sort of start their engines and show us what they are capable of. And Miramar, Erangel, it's amazing to see that we've got sort of a perfect balance of maps. The teams have been prepping over League Way. You know, we had some Erangel Sanhok action, then we had Erangel Miramar, and the mix has allowed the teams to really showcase what they are capable of.
Yeah.
But now there's no excuses. You've got plenty of opportunities on your favorite maps. Let's see what you are capable of really showing us. And I think some of the teams have already surprised us, as everyone we thought was going to take Miramar, everyone we thought was going to take Erangel or Sanhok, were not the case. It's a little bit of a change up every single time.
But it's great to see that though, right? Because it means that there's a healthy level of competition coming through here. There's not one team that is really running away ahead of the rest of the pack, right? It is still very much closely knit here. Everyone is pretty much in a very similar kind of position as to regards of the tactics that they can bring onto the battlefield. But what we're going to be looking at today is how consistent the teams can perform to that, right? Because we know it's all coming down to trying to run this like you would do a marathon, right? There's no point in having one fantastic game but falling off after that. You have to consistently keep up that pace. So I'm looking to see how the teams are going to be building on the pace that they kind of set for themselves yesterday. Could we see maybe a bit of an increase coming through in that pace? Yes, I do believe so. But also, I do think, just looking in general, that it's a really healthy pace that has been put in. I mean, the leaderboard kind of speaks for itself, right? We don't have any team sitting on single digits. Everyone is so close. I mean, 7th place to 16th is only 15 points separating those teams. Like what on earth's going on here? But I love seeing this.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw yesterday the zone. I mean, we are 5-6 phases in, and we still have 15 to 16 teams alive fighting for those final positions, which means it's absolute chaos towards those final zones. But it's what we've come to expect, especially coming into the finals here. And that structure coming back now does mean we see a different side of the teams that we haven't been able to until now. As we know, some of the teams might not have been showing all of their cards because they've been waiting for finals to really showcase what they have been working on and what they've been fixing over the weeks of league play, of Super Weekend, how the VOD reviews have been going, and the changes they've made as a unit. So it's great to see that coming through. And I still think that there's going to be room for improvement, or at least room to showcase the improvement that they have made already. So yes, probably a possibility for teams to play it a little bit more tactfully. Maybe a little bit of a change-up could come through. Maybe some of the teams needed yesterday to sort of solidify what is working for them and what is not with this lobby. Might see a bit of a change-up coming through today. We know there are a few teams that tend to do that, both in League Play and Super Weekend. Cryptics, as you mentioned yesterday, was one of the teams that generally do sort of take that routine. So, potential.
Yeah, but I mean, even looking at what Cryptics brought to the table yesterday, they finished on 36 placement points and only 17 eliminations, which is a little bit odd to see, for a team like Cryptics, because if we look at the performance they were bringing in on the Super Weekends, they finished on a grand total of, I think that it was like 316 eliminations. That is just leaps and bounds ahead of what the other teams were able to bring on through. But we're not really seeing that come through in the finals just yet, right? That could possibly be changing all today. But what I'm also definitely seeing is that the rest of the lobby stepped up their game, right? To not allow Cryptics to come in with yet such a crazy runaway performance once again. So to me, that speaks volumes as to the growth and the kind of tactics that the teams have brought in. It does show that they've really put effort in working through those VODs, coming up with strategies and tactics to try and best combat the opposing team. So this was what makes it so exciting because, I mean, everyone is really just popping off. The only one team that we see so far sitting on a single-digit elimination, and that is the Super Young Stars. But they've made up for that coming in with 27 placement points, right? The rest of the lobby, everyone else is sitting on double-digit numbers. So that is obviously just going to be continuously changing as we make our way through today's games. So I cannot wait to see what these teams are going to be bringing in and how those tactics unfold. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, we're getting ready, moving closer to that first match over in Sanhok, a little bit of that jungle action to come on through. Now, yesterday we did see that first zone starting off a little bit more of a centralized zone, nothing too aggressive really for the teams. But what are we looking at for today? Do you want to see a little bit of a more aggressive shift coming in with regards to zones, or are we kind of satisfied with a more center zone coming in?
Look, I think on Sanhok, it's not as much of a, an impact as we do see for the rest of the maps. But I think, let's throw a little bit of a wrench to the works. Let's once again have a bit of a crazy water shift, maybe, really force the teams into a bit of a corner and see what they are made of. As you said, let's test the teams. Let's see what they really can show us. We had a few of those eastern zones yesterday, and I think we had a northwestern zone once or twice. So, I mean, there's plenty of opportunities, I think, on Sanhok as well to really showcase some of the other sides of the map that we haven't had the pleasure of viewing so far. So, yeah, look, I do think I would enjoy a northeastern zone instead.
Well, I can't really complain with that. It could be quite interesting moving up in towards that, Mong Nai kind of region. There could be quite a few interesting plays coming through from there. But of course, also with Paradise being in play like we saw yesterday, it does make it quite challenging for the teams if we have such a mass convergence coming into, those points of interest. So I'm going to be looking today what the teams will be bringing in, whether or not we're going to be seeing them still respecting the space and just kind of keeping their distance and then dialing up the aggression as they move into that second phase, because that's what we saw coming through just yesterday. But at the same time, I'm also going to be looking for a bit of a shift in that dynamic as well, right? Nothing too drastic, nothing too crazy, but still I want to see the shifts. And I do think the teams that are going to be looking to bring in those shifts in the dynamics could be the teams that have quite a bit of success here if those changes and those shifts work out favorably for them. And all we got to do is wait to see what they will be bringing to the table. But I definitely think that could be where it's at, right? Because they've had 15 days of playing against each other, trying to get a hang of what is going to be happening on the battlefield. And today, I still think there might be a few tricks up the sleeves, at least for a few teams.
Yeah, look, we had a change in dynamics for the first day yesterday. We had survivability basically being the main theme for these teams. Make it through into the final phases, then find your positions, and then start duking it out when you're basically forced to, but not earlier than that. I mean, we had a handful of hot drops. I think more than likely the initial engagements were due to rotations. I mean, we had that happened with Darkness and Intruders. They literally rotated into their crosshairs. So it happens sometimes. But the rest of the day, we had teams really respecting each other, taking those early disengagements rather than the engagements. If they did land next to a team, they said, okay, you know what, we're just going to go somewhere else. We're just going to loot up. We'll come back to this a little bit later. And that resulted in some fantastic chaos towards the end that I don't think really, for some of the teams, unfortunately, that does mean that they were overwhelmed because, I mean, you've got 7 teams in your own vicinity. So it really creates a little bit of that struggle we like to see the teams happening. So maybe today they might focus on sort of eliminating the rest of the teams as much as they can, or at least thinning the herd so that they have a little bit more space towards those final zones. Or maybe they're still going to be sticking to their guns.
Yeah, we'll definitely be finding out momentarily what it is that they will have in store for us as we now start making our way right in towards Sanhok, of course. That flight path all the way up in towards the northwestern side of the zone. But again, being on Sanhok, flight path does not matter all too much. And just again, there we have our leaderboard sitting on that left-hand side of the screen. As you can see, it's still very much neck and neck all the way from G3 Temper down towards where the players from Triple Esports currently are situated. I'm curious to see if any one of the teams currently sitting in between 7th and 16th place is going to be looking to just pop off today, right? Looking to get themselves ahead of the competition there. And of course, they have a little bit of that southern zone now to utilize and try and bring in those tactics. But across the board, it does seem like everyone is, at least for the most part, respecting their respective drop locations. Not a lot of contention and hard dropping coming in just yet. But as we know, that can, of course, change at a moment's notice. And now it's down to what those rotations will bring on through, as we have Darkness once again moving into the usual spot. G3 also with a little bit of a spread there, Unique venturing up onto the side there of Quarry, but also Zero Tolerance, Blackjack, and of course the players coming through from the side there of Darkness, just moving into that little bit more eastern side. But looking at where the zone is, I do think Painan could be quite a hot spot to be holding, particularly in the zone.
Yeah, and we were talking about, potential shifts that might be coming through today. I'm already seeing Super Young Stars, instead of going towards Paradise Resort, which has been sort of the contentious spot with them and virtual gaming, they have opted for Lakawai. I can never say that name. Anyway, but at least they've changed it up a little bit. They're not looking for those early engagements. So, I mean, they did have a bit of trouble yesterday as well due to that. So I like the changes that are coming, DK. And of course, for the viewers at home, if you want to win a little bit of something yourself, make sure you can just go open PUBG Mobile, go to the Esports Event Center and participate in the event to earn a few special rewards. A little bit of PMPL sort of setup that we can run there, some skins. You can say, hey, I got a PMPL skin. What do you have?
Yeah, you can look like a boss, right? That's what it is. You can look like a boss while playing a little bit of that PUBG, and of course, it's always interesting to see all the different skins that everyone's been able to accumulate.
Oh yes.
As I know Max is always chasing the vehicles. He always wants those vehicle skins. With varying levels of success with regards to whether or not he actually gets those, because it's all down to RNG, and sometimes RNG works in your favor, other days not so much. But yeah, now we get to see how the teams are going to bring in their own version of that. Of course, all the way down south, it is going to be the players here from Masters Esports with Myth just positioned slight bit over on towards that western front. But again, it is pretty calm right here in the jungle. Not a lot of contention coming through just yet, but I do, however, think that is going to be changing. Looking at the map as well, we do see a lot of movement, right? It's like all the teams decided, you know what, we have to start moving. We can't just sit and be passive. And of course, Lazy Boy now also about to get a nice potential hit coming in behind them. Of course, it's all up to AWAM, right? Whether or not AWM decides to kind of let that trigger discipline go out the window and just start hammering away towards Lazy Boy. But for the most part, it seems like AWM has taken a more cautious approach, right? Not jumping at that opportunity of laying those hits in towards Lazy Boy.
Yeah, Triple Esports, currently split up. They've got a 1-2-1 split, so AWAM, a little bit isolated, will be able to obviously regroup with the rest of the team on the island, whereas Masters just on the other side of the bridge. But also a bit of a change-up coming through from them. Yesterday we saw them with a bit of a stare down towards Intruders there, towards that southern part of Camp Alpha, that bridge there. So a little bit of a change-up here. We'll see how this is going to work out for them, of course. Other than that, the rest looks pretty much a little bit of a deja vu to what we saw yesterday. So I like that the teams are still sort of sticking to their guns, but a few changes here and there for the teams that maybe did struggle a little bit more on Sanhok. As we know, you literally start out in the thick of it. We go straight to close quarter combat and really get the teams warmed up for the rest of the day. So it is nice to see that there's a few changes coming through. The teams are, just tactically going through their options. They're not making huge, heavy investments, and they're still making sure that they have some great representation into the next couple of phases. Rotations, otherwise, yeah, it's going to come down to that zone shift. I feel like there's plenty of opportunity for chaos if it does go towards that western side, because we do have such a huge set of teams that will have to migrate from that eastern part of the island, which could be a little fun, could be a little bit crazy. We always do love a little bit of chaos there. But otherwise, I do like that the teams are staying active. They're looking for those safe routes into wherever they would like to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what Zero Tolerance is going to be doing here because we know they were the team to pick up our first winner chicken dinner just yesterday. And then right after that, we had, of course, the players coming through from Intruder Africa, also then picking up that winner chicken dinner on Sanhok. So they've kind of set the bar for what we could potentially be expecting to see coming through into today. And now we got to, just wait and see whether or not the teams are going to try and push that even further. Maybe come in with a few surprises along the way, or whether they'll just, kind of keep up the expectation from what we know that we've seen so far just in yesterday's performances. But already it is going to be Blackjack now making their way through into a little bit of that looting over in towards Kampong. But they've got super young stars, as we can see, also now moving in, just starting to surround them ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Zero Tolerance right here on the edge of that southern portion of Quarry. And up north, we can see Umbra. So the team's definitely starting to get themselves set up. Not taking the engagements just yet, but definitely looking to get that setup sorted.
Yeah, so I mean, what's interesting to me as well is that we do still have a few of the teams just sort of favoring, the later rotations. And I mean, that was a little bit of an interest point, especially towards Miramar. We had some of the teams not making heavy investments, just waiting for the teams to sort of make their central rotations. And that's exactly what's happened now. The teams that did find themselves into the zone are slowly but surely sort of shifting towards the center, not as greatly as what we would see on the other maps, but you can still see them sort of just pulling away from the edge of the zone, right? If they get the opportunity, they're going to head to the center to make sure that it's as easy for them as possible to potentially get zone blessed. We never know. Could always go the other way. But I do like that we're still sort of seeing that happen. I am interested to see if Super Young Stars and Blackjack are going to find each other. And hey, maybe we could have a little bit of this cave action that Unique is finding themselves in. That would be a very interesting zone shift. Can you imagine? We have a cave finish.
Yeah, cave is quite challenging to play, right? Especially looking at, the limited amount of entrances you've got into it. And also, there's only the one entrance on the land side, one entrance on the water side. And then, of course, you've got that lovely gaping hole sitting at the very, very top of it. And that's sometimes a little bit more challenging to defend. But what's also now going to be a little bit more challenging is going to be the players here from Blackjack who find themselves in a bit of a 2-2 split, right? We got MG and Reverb right in front of the players here from Super Young Stars, while Zane and Lelouch are all the way down south towards that more docks position. So this is where they still need to practice a little bit of caution, because if Reverb or MG gets spotted out, it is going to be 4 players coming in swinging right behind them.
Yeah, no, I don't want that. Please, let's not start Sanhok like this right now. I did see MG already taking a little bit of damage there, so we will see. We will see. I mean, especially if they take a little bit of the wrong turn on the road and they don't regroup, they might be running straight into either Zero Tolerance or at least the crosshairs there of Team Unique. So we'll see how they're gonna deal with that one. We do have the sort of Cryptics net coming through from the northern side. All of the players from Cryptics still alone, but slowly but surely moving into that northern side of the zone, with Slimefork AT potentially getting a little bit too close to Lazy Boy. We'll see. Lusail, they'll be fine. They've got such a nice peaceful rotation there towards Ruins, but we already see Umbra finding 1 million there towards Quarry, so that could be very interesting, especially with the teams just in that same vicinity.
Yeah, and that's an interesting angle for 1 million to come in from, because we know they've got that high ground angle, as we can see Dexter, of course, being the player that got a hit. The res has come through for them, so 1 million back up on towards their 4 players. But now they got to look to try and see if they can reach across, of course, just scanning the vicinity. But Umbra having a little bit of that lower position. They have a really good spread coming through, as we can see them now just starting to try and occupy this compound as best they can. But of course, we do have more engagements continuing to find its way in on towards the battlefield. And this is where Painan, again, is going to be a little bit of a challenging angle, right? Darkness having 2 of their players knocked now, getting both of them rest right back on through. But Intruder definitely just tapping away there, but also not disengaging, right? They're still just hanging around. And maybe we could see them now either reposition into a more advantageous angle, or maybe they could just be looking to keep up the pressure on towards Darkness now.
Look, I think they're looking for a little bit of that sort of the trigger for them to actually make this engagement or to disengage. As we know, if you take too long, you might be finding the wrong side of Manuel's barrel, which has just unfortunately unfolded. And of course, Darkness now just getting a little bit of revenge there, finding at least one. But again, not taking that push, not jumping out of pine, not jumping out of cover anytime soon, because they have the advantage at the time. Intruders, on the other hand, the longer they waste here, not really in the open, but relatively in the open, maybe G3 Temper might get involved. As you know, that is the beauty of Sanhok. It's third-party central, and plenty of opportunities for teams to really reach across and get some crazy shots at what we saw yesterday. Masters now, next team up for a little bit of a contention here.
A little bit of a shuffle coming through. Angelo, of course, now just waiting up alongside the rock as we do see Broly and the rest of Myth now rushing on forward. But unfortunately, it is going to be just a little bit too overpowering, having a full squad descending down on your position. No surprise, really, to see Angelo getting taken down there. It's unfortunate that that happened to Masters Esports so early on in this match. But now, all they got to do is look to reposition and set up a bit of a gatekeep potentially now, as they know there's at least one team coming in behind them. But as we can see, of course, looking at the map, there's several teams positioned ahead of Masters rotation, and they could actually start bumping heads now with the team from Intruder, who we see still holding their position, but a little bit of that split coming through. Meanwhile, it is Myth now just looking to clear out this western side, at least the southwestern edge, and they do have control of this entire region. There's no one in the vicinity really for them to worry about, but it also now seems like the players from Triple Esports, they're going to be taking a bit of a fight here with Virtual Gaming, who we have coming in from that northern side.
Who are just shoulder to shoulder with 1 million esports, who we know had a little bit of their own engagement earlier on. So who knows what's going to happen this time around. Already one knocked here for Virtual Gaming, Alpha Luigi, who still needs to be recovered, but Triple Esports slowly but surely just repositioning to try get a better line of sight into the movements here of Virtual Gaming, who are looking to reset here. Triple Esports, I feel like they're a little bit eager to get a little bit of something started here. The duo split coming through, so might be a little bit fun to see how they can work with that. Of course, we know plenty of teams here towards the northern part of the new zone that's just shifted. And G3 Temper unique. I mean, hey, Cave is still in play. I'm just saying it could be fun. It could be fun. Could
But
be
it's
crazy.
no surprise really to see that performance or that kind of strategy coming through from the side of Triple Esports, because we know they are currently sitting on 24 points, right? So they know that they need points, and that is, you know, kind of evident in their approach coming into this very first match. They're looking for any potential angle, but also at the same time looking to play it as calculated as they possibly can, with Master now starting to push forward on towards Flacco, but fortunately for Flacco, that elbow was just sticking out, so it made for a very easy trade-off coming through. With that, of course, the confirmation comes in as well. Now it's up to DMX, just holding on the front line. But ideally, this is where we would have liked to see Triple Esports move up as a entity instead of coming through, you know, with a bit of that split approach. It's quite devastating for them, though.
Look, yesterday it was toes for Team Unique. Today it's elbows for Triple Esports. You know, it's unfortunate, but if you're gonna give a pixel away to these teams, they are gonna make it work and take you out. Yeah, I do agree that, look, the duo split coming through, it can be great for sort of staying, you know, active and really keeping that information in check. But as soon as one of those players, you know, gets soloed and their duo partner gets taken away, then all of a sudden you are set to recover. I mean, then you're down to 3 members. You need to sort of regroup and try and help out, in this case, DMX, who is now being surrounded by not only G3 Temper, but of course Slime 4KT, who are currently making their rotation here towards the northern side, looking to get involved in DMX. Oh, back open right now to Slime 4KT. And I mean, choose your poison here, G3 Temper or Slime 4KT?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a tough position for DMX to get caught in, but now it all comes down to whether or not DMX is going to wait for Slime maybe to take that engagement with G3 to get that distraction. So we could see a bit of an escape coming through here, but definitely it is going to be quite a challenge now for DMX to make a successful push from there. I mean, the smoke has been deployed, but that's not going to stop the line of sight coming through from the side of G3, and they are quite attentive, perched up in their compound. They're not going to let any potential engagements or points slide away from them. Meanwhile, we do see Framar also out in the open looking to just sneak their way on through. But it does seem like that ridge or that hilltop is at least working out for the time being. Meanwhile, as we hop over in towards the quarry, we do see Umbra and 1 million now getting ready rather to get into a little bit of a back and forth here as that nade now gets sent across over on towards the side of Umbra. But fortunately, it does not make the connection, right? That tree really paying off this time around. We did see DMX also now in the feed getting eliminated. Lusail also looking to crash in on that party, as we can see now coming through on that map. That zone, of course, is going to get ready to move, and it moves all the way down towards the southern side. So this is where Intruder, Darkness, and all the teams currently situated in zone, they are a little bit zone blessed, but now they got to look to fortify their positions. They got to look to keep up those defenses and just, you know, stop any potential rotations coming too far into the zone.
Cave. I'm just gonna say that. Anyway, we'll see what's gonna happen here. I mean, plenty of opportunities for Masters who've had to reset as well. Darkness, they've also found themselves a nice little bit of an angle here to work with. The rest of the teams as well, we mentioned, you know, that four-way split between Lusail, G3 Temper, Slime 4KT, and Triple Esports, well, has one less. Triple Esports been sent back to the lobby for the time being, and now it's just a bit of a stalemate here between our three teams, G3, Slime 4KT, and Lusail, who are looking to make a rotation out. They've taken, unfortunately, the most amounts of losses here. They're down to 2, and I don't think they want to get involved for the time being. I mean, G3 Temper, Slime 4KT, they've got a bit of a showdown right up ahead of them. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's now making a bit of rotation. Super Young Stars making a bit of a swim there towards Cave as well, and we can see already a few enjoyable moments in the feed, as still plenty of rotations have to be made. Cryptics as well, just sneaking on in between Super Young Stars and Team Unique.
And we're going to see a lot of this now coming through as the teams are really trying to sneak their way into those positions. Of course, now Sly coming under fire. So you can see Super Young Stars catching those pixels out of place and taking action. But up comes the rush now as Phantom takes down Joker. And it is quite a devastating position now for the Super Young Stars to be in, as all their hopes and dreams was reliant only on Cronboy, who we saw out in the water, but unfortunately down they go. Of course, now Cryptics just creeping their way up in towards Cave. So at least says you've got one team moving up in towards Cave with Unique just holding up on the high ground just above that. But of course, now up comes Watson there from Lusail as well. And that could go one of two ways, either rotating up into the mouth of Cave is where we see Wanted, or just looking to push up the hill. But now the pressure is going to be applied.
Oh, the anxiety that Lusail is giving me is not working for me. Team Unique now trying to reset as well, whereas Watson and Wanted, they just want to regroup, you know, they want to work with their buddies here, but unfortunately, it is an obstacle of Team Unique standing in their way currently, and they can't really take a different route because all of the teams now making their rotations into the zone. We can see the feed lighting up as the rest of the teams are looking for some space here. Wow, Umbra now finding G3 Temper, so the numbers the G3 were accumulating not looking too good, but we'll see if they can survive this, as well as 1 million. Of course, currently our poll leaders, now Zero Tolerance though, looking to put a stop to that coming on through. Night going down,
nice.
Vortex and Skydo in this, but they still have to hold the line, as for the time being, 1 million, they survive.
Yeah, and with that, it is going to be the end of the road for Zero Tolerance, as we do see the players here from Virtual Gaming coming through with quite a few devastating blows right up in the side of them. But of course, it is going to be now up to the rest of the teams, the remaining 13 teams, to get themselves positioned. We've got a few players just on the very verge of that blue zone. 1 million, of course, now succumbing to the damage coming in from that blue. But Umbra keeping a very watchful eye, as we can see on the hill in front of us here, thanks to one shot. Who's now keeping a very watchful eye on them. Takes a quick hit over onto what's wasted. But, oh, that ranged assault is quite challenging. As you can see, Mortez on the rest of the team now also looking to move on through. Meanwhile, it is going to be Myth now trying to just lay down a little bit of pressure onto the players there from Darkness coming in from that western side. But Umbra, Shadowwind, now spotting Slime 4KT right here alongside them. But, of course, they have to look to reposition. They have to secure their positions coming on through. Darkness, meanwhile, will get sent back into the lobby, but now the rush is on. They only have a limited time left before that blue zone catches up. G3, meanwhile, will be making the way back into the lobby, and of course, it is now just down to those positions being played.
Myth now looking for a little bit of this building thanks to Masters Esports, who has currently got the real estate here to work with. We'll see if Mervin has anything to say about that. Ilias just holding the line, looking for the angles here, silhouettes through the walls, but of course they don't have the information we do, DK. Ilias and Sin now trying to hold the line here for Masters. Ban is up, but for not the best of HP. Farok now. Yeah, trying to get a bit of a res towards Ramsey, and then they have to still try and take out Masters, who have had the time to reset.
Yep, they definitely have had the time, but how much of a reset have they had now? Because we can see their health bars looking a little bit better, but also at the same time, it is going to be Umbra that we see getting taken on down there. Scary Boy comes swinging on through. Meanwhile, Masters now turning their attention over towards Intruder. We see just north of their position, but still they've got to focus on getting those rotations in, and this is where Masters now need to lead their way back in towards that zone. Blackjack also now getting taken down, but it is still going to be Masters just trying to hammer away at the players here from Intruder. Up comes those rotations. Myth now also coming under fire, but down goes Ban. And with that, they make their way right back into the lobby. The players from Masters going out with 9 points to their name. With that, of course, now it is going to be Myth being reduced down to Farok. And with that, it is the end of the road. Cryptics looking to come in swinging as they find themselves currently positioned smack dab center zone. It is going to be a fight for Cave, Ez.
Oh, I'm so happy. But absolutely. I mean, I blinked and we're down to 3 teams in a matter of seconds, all the way down from 11 to 7 to now just Cryptics trying to stay alive here with Virtual Gaming and Team Unique there towards the high ground for the time being. But Cryptics, fantastic position for them because, again, they've got 3 in zone, 1 out of zone, just, focusing on the heal strat should things go a little bit sideways here for them. Their best bet is if Unique and Virtual Gaming can get involved and take each other out, then a little bit of opportunity here.
Yep, could be a great opportunity to come on through. Now it's just going to be a case, once again, of playing those positions. Of course, we see Virtual Gaming coming in with 3 players, Cryptics on 3, Unique on 3. So it is going to be a 3-way fight across the board. With our remaining 9 players, of course, now those nades getting sent across as Alfalucci takes a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy just yet, but Slyke now just keeping that position. 1 shot, being a little bit pressured here, having to try and make a decision. Of course, Unique still positioned down below, and this is where Cave could either be a beautiful position for them, or it could be quite a devastating position as they could get trapped down below. But now, Virtual looking to just move themselves a little bit closer to the very edge of that zone, and this is such a beautiful position actually coming in for Unique as they have to have the players from Virtual pulling up towards them. Up comes the sprays as Chills now comes rushing forward. Alfalucci taking several hits, almost getting downed. This is now a beautiful trade-off. Unique also getting reduced very low, but with that, Virtual Gaming gets picked up as they get sent away in 3rd place. Cryptics now coming in for that surprise assault, already knowing that there's going to be quite a bit of carnage up ahead. And with that, it is down to Chills going up against the 3 remaining players from Cryptics. Chills now just trying to play the position here, but up comes Marshall, Carry Boy, all now rushing on forward, and they claim themselves that winner chicken dinner. The first chicken locked and loaded right there into Cryptics. Well done, well played.
Hey, there's the change-up we were waiting for, and again, another team is going to make their appearance, picking up that winner chicken dinner. Cryptics coming through into this game, and we've got a little bit of a happy bird, tweeting in our ears saying, "We told you so." So our producer is very happy with himself right now. But absolutely fantastic coming through from Cryptics to pick up that winner chicken dinner, and we'll see if they're going to come through for the rest of the day to maybe do a little bit more of that action. But DK, you called it yesterday. They do generally maybe take a little bit more of a tactful approach to the teams. They pick up the information they need, and they come back swinging in, well, in this case, the next day. So very interesting start to our second day of finals.
Yeah, I mean, that makes Cryptics quite a scary team because, you can't judge their performance in that first day because, as we saw, they were a little bit more reserved in their approach, not playing so aggressively just yesterday. But, of course, that gave them the opportunity to assess what the rest of the lobby was doing and how to come in with a bit of a counter towards that. And that's what we saw now coming through. I mean, again, that cave position working out beautifully for them. They were able to sneak in pretty much undetected and just at the exact moment sneak out the opposite end and just come in and steal that winner chicken dinner from the hands there of Virtual Gaming. But again, very beautiful performances being played here, but Unique, Virtual Gaming putting in strong efforts coming in right here on Sanhok.
And I mean, that's a huge setup here for Team Unique. Virtual Gaming, as we know, they've been doing pretty well on the first day. Team Unique, they had a little bit of a struggling performance yesterday. We saw a little bit of that second place, third place coming through. But again, picking up that second place, again, you're not getting the winner chicken dinner, but you're getting the points. And if you're getting a few eliminations along the way and doing that consistently, you're going to find yourself in that top 6. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's not about getting the winner chicken dinners like it is on Super Weekend, because there's no price tag, attached to it this time around. They're still good, but not as great. But plenty of opportunity for these teams to pick up some points.
Yeah, definitely some great opportunities. And of course, let's have a quick look at a few of the highlights from this past match, just to remind you of the beautiful PUBG we saw happening on the battlefield. A crazy play coming through there from Cryptics once again, just coming in with that surprise right at the end, rushing forward and, just going up against 2 down players and 1 player that was trying to get that res on through. So, I mean, that was a beautiful big brain strat coming through there from the side of Cryptics. I'm pretty sure at this point that it was where, like they were like, you know what? Okay, cool. They're keeping a very watchful eye coming in on that feed, looking to see what is kind of happening above them. That seeing that they can't find out for themselves without actually moving out. And I mean, they just chose the opportune moment to come in right when the reses were being pulled off, just to strafe on through and just go, you know what? Thank you so much for the winner chicken dinner.
It was absolutely amazing to see, but let's take a look at those match rankings just to at least not have to do the math, because that would be the bane of my existence. Thankfully, I don't have to do that. Let's take a look at Cryptics picking up those 25 points, with Team Unique coming through with the 20. So again, this is what I'm talking about. Consistency. You're picking those points up surely, but it is enough, I think, at the moment for Team Unique, as long as they continue this. We said, the overall rankings, they were looking pretty close. So a 20-point game could be absolutely huge for them to just, start climbing further and further. And Virtual Gaming trying to get close to that pole position with 1 million esports, picking up those 17 points. So overall, other than Triple Esports, everyone else, they have managed to pick up the points for the first game of day 2. Still 5 more games to go. So it's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite interesting to see what the teams have been bringing in so far. But of course, we need to look and see how this then affects the overall rankings. We do see, of course, the players there from Virtual now holding on strong there onto pole position, actually jumping ahead of 1 million with the players there from Cryptics. They started off the day in 3rd place. They remain in 3rd place, at least for now. But they are definitely looking to close that gap. And this is where we do see a little bit of that breakaway now starting to come on through. Of course, the players from Unique hopping up from 6th place into 4th. We got the players there from Myth making a jump all the way from 10th up into 5th. And then, of course, we've got the players from Intruder moving from 5th place into 6th. And Darkness also being moved down from 4th all the way into 7th. Umbra also, as we can see, making a beautiful jump all the way from 11th place up into the 8th position right there. And as we move on to the second page, we also still see a little bit of that shifting coming through.
Still close, though. I mean, 44, 43, 42, the scoreboard is teaching me how to count, which is fantastic to see, because it means these teams are staying competitive. It's still pretty much anyone's game, or at least anyone's top 6 slots that we can look at. Still plenty of games to go through, so I'm very interested to see, especially the teams on the second page. What is going to be the performance looking like for them today? Because as we know, we're getting to that pivotal point. We're getting to that middle point of finals, where we're going to sort of try and judge to see who's going to be the teams to find on that first page, who's going to be the teams to really keep an eye out. Because, again, we can take all the stats from League Player and Super Weekend. They don't necessarily apply to finals, because the teams have brought in a whole different side of themselves. It's a completely different beast that we're dealing with. And it's fantastic, and I love it. But I can't predict anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to predict what's going to be happening on these games. All we can do is speculate and guesstimate, and that is going to be pretty much that until we see it actually happening on the battlefield. But one thing we don't have to guesstimate about is going to be Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, of course, first match done and dusted. We know next up we are going to be heading straight over into the desert for a little bit more of that long-ranged action to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. But of course, yeah, it's been a pretty exciting start to the day. Now we look forward to seeing what the rest of the games will bring. And of course, we are going to be hopping into a quick break once again to get ourselves ready and sorted while the teams prep themselves. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes.
Definitely going to try and escape it, and there you go. He is out of that one, but he's definitely...
Yeah, I mean, that was a good play coming through from Virtual Gaming, though they used Umbra all the way down south up to the rushes. Virtual Gaming trying to close it out. AKM now getting forward out in the rotation. Beautiful shooting coming through there as Faluji stepped on the edge of zone, which is not surprising because center zone there's not really cover to make much use of, so I'm kind of expecting this to continue for a little while longer.
Even if they breach their location, could have a higher ground position than what...
Coming in from Virtual Gaming here, they look really eager to pick up these elims, and with that, if first player gets down, but Sid also not looking to try to for your players. Look at this Anonymous.
No, it's Anonymous, not anymore. Oh, that nade is good. Anonymous doesn't still have HD1, but it's needed. One shot just basically picks up a...
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is time for us now to move into our second match of the day. As we can see, of course, heading straight up in towards Miramar. And we've got that flight path now starting all the way up north in Campo Militar, heading down to the southern beach. And it's going to be quite exciting to see where the teams are going to be dropping down this time around. But of course, also, we are going to be looking to see where that first initial zone is going to be forming. And you know, kind of what the rotational options will be for the teams coming through as they now start to disembark from our lovely aeroplane. We don't know what the airline is called. We just call it PUBG Airlines, at least for now. But it's going to be exciting to see what the teams will bring on. Well, of course, we'd love to hear what your predictions are. Let us know in chat. You can also let us know on social media. You can head over onto Facebook and Instagram. Search for the PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa channels. Tell us what your thoughts are. Tell us who do you think will be picking up the winner chicken dinner right here today. And of course, you could also go ahead and tell us who do you think is going to be the team to sit at the top of the leaderboard after today's matches.
Absolutely, and taking a little bit of a sliver there of the southeastern side of Miramar, so a little bit of an opportunity for some of these teams to really show us their alternative drop sites. I mean, Cryptics is one of the teams I'm going to be looking out for because we know they generally do go a little bit more towards that western side. And speaking of the west, well, better get into a car, take a little bit of a drive that side because the zone has taken a nice, interesting shift here, DK. So I don't know, what do you think about this one?
Oh, that is, I gotta say I love it though, right? I mean, a beautiful, beautiful, crazy mean shift coming in, sitting all the way over on towards that western side. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite interesting to see how the team's going to be looking to rotate their way back on through that entire western side, obviously being pretty open as everyone can see. But now it comes down to where the teams are going to be looking to rotate in towards. We know, of course, the players from Super Young Stars, they like to frequent that western side. So maybe we could see them pushing all the way across.
Maybe taking a little bit of that route. So towards the northern side, since they're all the way there towards Campo Militar, so nice little bit of a drive there for them. And ooh, okay, all right, it's already a few warning shots being exchanged here, but no crazy engagements right off of the bat. We'll see if there's going to be any sort of changes as the teams, of course, have jumped into the vehicles and they are making a little bit of a journey to try and get themselves set up earlier rather than later, because we know. Straight from Sanhok over to Miramar, a little bit of a change. You go from a 4x4 block map to an 8x8, and this is one of the biggest we've got at the moment. So teams really going to prioritize those migrations into safety and to see if they can set themselves up earlier rather than later. But so far, DK, we've had some interesting sort of sets of events for some of these teams, really. I mean, the changes we've seen from map to map to map has been interesting. Yesterday, we were waiting for G3 Temper and Cryptics, obviously, to be our Miramar champions, but that didn't go as necessarily planned. Now, Cryptics already won winner chicken dinner under the belt. Do you think they are one of the teams that, once again, we're going to have to be a little bit wary of here towards Miramar?
Well, it could be. I mean, things are still not really, 100% guaranteed as to what we could be seeing coming on through. There's still a lot to be discovered as the teams are starting to make those rotations into, that more western side. But who knows, right? It could take any swing in any direction.
Just dancing around my question, yes. It's fine. No, it's a tough one to try and break down for the time being, because we know in league play and super weekend what we should be looking out for. But finals, as you said, and as you have been saying, is a completely different beast to try and sort of analyze and break down. These teams, they're really showing us a very different side of them, which is beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about throwing the stat book out the window.
It's still in the garden, yes.
Yeah, like I'm contemplating throwing my table out the window because that's just how much the teams have been changing it up, right? So everything that we've been seeing so far from them, in league play and in Super Weekend, it almost goes as far as to say that it's like 50% null and void, because yes, we can look at what they've done historically, but they keep on surprising us with what they bring onto the battlefield. And I'm super satisfied by having it be that way, because, we know that the teams are trying to find that rhythm, that flow that works best for them. coming in against the teams that they are playing on these matches, right? But the strategies that they are coming with, the approaches that they are taking, it's just so beautiful to see, right, coming in from them. It's I mean, like, we keep on getting surprised every single match, every single day. It's never
Absolutely.
the same. We can't say, okay, based on zero tolerance, dropping all the way up in towards Campo Militar, that they are going to be rotating up into this particular position, because they're not. That's not where they're going to be going, right? If we look at Unique, yes, they find themselves in Hacienda del Patron, relatively close to where G3 is, but are they going to rotate like they rotated yesterday? Very likely no. So it's all a bit of a guessing game here. All we have pretty much to work off is what they are doing on this particular day. And we've seen Sanhok so far. We've seen how the teams kind of handled themselves there and how they took those approaches. But now as we move into Miramar, it's a different ball game. It's a different match. So once we get into those second runs on each of these maps, we'll have a bit of a better idea as to what the teams could potentially be doing. But even looking at the position coming through here from Triple Esports, they've got Myth that has just moved into the west of them, pulling up in towards Monte Nuevo. So I mean, Triple Esports, they're already starting to explore their options, but still, they are in a position where they are still looking to chase those points, right? Because we know they came into today sitting on 24 points. That, of course, being 13 eliminations coming in towards them. After that first match, they did change it up a little bit, but how much more will they be able to change it up, though?
Yeah, look, I do love that we are still seeing, again, this sort of tactful approach coming through. We have, of course, Master being a little bit of the scout here for Triple Esports, and unfortunately feeling the brunt of what a scout normally does, which is led in the back as they try to rotate around. But a nice change of pace in terms of, as you said, just trying to make sure they get as much information as possible. Ensure that they're taking the safest routes possible, which is difficult considering we constantly have just a migration of teams swarming in. But because of this information, you know, we mentioned it briefly yesterday, we sort of have this like teams get in line one by one, you know, let's keep it structured, because as one goes in, the next goes in, as the other goes in, you know, and we just keep giving the space for these teams to somehow, some way get into, you know, those 5th, 6th phase zones with still 16 or 15 teams remaining. So it's nice to see that still being a little bit of the pattern today. We did have a little bit more, I guess, action coming through, with some of the teams at least throwing a couple of warning shots, as we saw, maybe even getting a couple lucky shots. No, it's fine. It's maybe a little bit later, but it does mean that we are seeing just a little bit more activity happening earlier on. But the general focus is survivability still, which is great to see. All of the teams, they are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they get as many points as possible, which again, placement or eliminations, it depends on, you know, what your team is kind of more comfortable with and how you have been working these last couple of weeks. But it's still interesting to see that those eliminations have been so crucial, especially in the final days.
Yeah, and I do think what we're going to be seeing, especially coming in today, is that the teams are going to be a lot more selective with their engagements, right? Yesterday they were still, you know, to a certain extent trying to find what would be the best approach coming through. It does seem like today the team's looking a lot more confident in their approaches coming through with the strategies. So we have seen a little bit more of a discipline being utilized here, as you know, the teams, they want to ride it out all the way to those late few zones. And I mean, just yesterday we had one of our matches in which the teams survived 20 minutes in before we had the first team getting eliminated. And now this could be a very similar kind of approach of play that we have coming through. As we can see, still, all the teams right here, everyone's still being represented. Not a single player has been sent back to the lobby just yet. That's not surprising because it is Miramar. But now as we get into this next phase, the second phase, this is where things are going to start tightening up a little bit, because we can see that mass divergence of teams already starting to head into the zone now.
I did want to say this when we saw it happening on Sanhok, but I just wanted to confirm it as well. Coming into today, once again, I'm still seeing Cryptics really favoring that late rotation. They're in the zone, I feel like, more than most of the other teams. I mean, I can take a look at the stats a little bit later on, but late rotations does mean that they are the last to get involved in the eliminations. But you're talking about eliminations, I'm talking about this contention now between Umbra and Virtual Gaming happening here.
That's what we love to see. Of course, now teams
Ooh.
opening up that can of worms.
Hello,
And
Triple.
it is going to be Petrox coming in with a beautiful shot there right on towards Master. Down they go. Umbra now going to be looking to come in right behind them, applying their own bit of pressure. Up comes Shadowin. Oh, leaving that vehicle as a beautiful bit of cover just to ensure that they get out of the vehicle successfully. Not quite sure if that was intentional, but it worked out quite beautifully. Now Petrox feeling those hits just raining on down, and with that they get traded off as Shadowin picks up a beautiful trade. But now, could we see the rest of Umbra looking to bounce and apply the pressure? Virtual Gaming, of course, finding themselves right there alongside Triple Esports, so they are going to be prioritizing this position, this engagement now with Triple Esports.
Oh, I mean, the change up here, once again, we were talking about those early engagements, and bam, we get treated to a bit of a three-way split here. We see Myth as well, finding Virtual Gaming, of course. A little bit of a knock there onto Virtual Gaming, who have to now try and recover. One shot taking quite a bit of damage as well. And Alpha Luigi might be confirmed alongside Petrox sooner rather than later. We'll see if they can recover that for the time being. Triple Esports down to 3, but still holding a nice little bit of cover here. So one shot now. Trying to med up and look for the angle here towards Triple Esports from Mar out in the open. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, that. Oh, it's no! A little bit higher, please. We're so close. But for the now, Triple Esports, they're still in this one. And Umbra, they've just taken a bit of a step back, waiting for this to sort of just unfold and see who's the next team they need to focus on. Because there's a bit of a split here between Virtual Gaming and Triple. And Myth now rolling on up. Maybe AWAM might be the next player that has to deal with the brunt of the amp. Oh, that's not fun.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an unfortunate position, but it's a beautiful strategy coming through here from Myth. And now Triple Esports finding themselves in quite a bit of a pickle, right? Because they've got two teams moving in from the east. They've got Myth now moving in from the west as well. So definitely this is where Triple Esports are going to be put to the test. Definitely not having much luck with at least their compounds that they've decided to move in. And of course the zone not making it any easier for them along the way either. It's now down to Thor and Framar. We've seen Framar really popping off. Framar really being capable of bringing in those eliminations, really lighting them in. But of course, will they be able to get the job done this time around, as we can see that zone closing in, getting ready to pop. Cryptics, meanwhile, will be positioned over on towards that western side for the time being. But the pop now forces them all the way back to Power Grid. And this is where G3 and the players coming through from the side of Unique, as well as Masters and Blackjack on the edge of that zone, could be quite a devastating position for the teams who are yet to rotate in.
What is Miramar today? But first we take a huge shift towards the west from our eastern flight path, and now they're just like, you thought it's going to be a western side zone. No. And just move on towards a little bit more of that eastern side. So now all of a sudden the team's making their migrations on through. And again, we're still waiting for the answer there between Myth, Triple Esports, and Virtual Gaming. In the meantime, Umbra have found Masters Esports, and Angelo is just looking to avoid some of these nades being thrown at their faces by PRZ. A little bit of connection there as well. A few other nades making connections in the feed. But now, Angelo just trying to find an angle here to work with PRZ. Wasted down. The rest of Umbra still need to move on in to back up their teammates. But now, Masters, they're not going to make a full engagement into this just yet. They don't have the information. They know at least where one is, but where are the rest lurking?
Yeah, they don't know just yet, but they'll be hopefully finding out pretty soon. Of course, now we see Umbra coming under fire there as Myth is tapping away at them. Now, in turn, getting caught in a little bit of a tough squeeze here. As we can see Triple Esports now making their way back into the lobby. Morteza quickly trying to rush up into the compound, but of course, it is going to be Sin right there, ready to welcome them in. Of course, Ilias now tapping away from atop the hill, gets a beautiful spray down on towards Morteza. And this is where these vantage points are really paying off quite favorably now for the players here from Masters. Of course, Buden, as we saw in the feed, getting blown up. Pretty sure that was the vehicle popping. And up comes those hits now from Conboy. But look at this fight now still between Masters and Umbra, as we have Angelo looking to push on forward. Umbra down to 2. PRZ, Shadowin. I'm not quite sure that they were expecting a fight like this to come on through. But fortunately, PRZ is able to quickly deal there with Angelo as the confirmation finds its way on through. Now Sin, the last little bit of a thorn in the side here as the hits come through. Farouk coming in with a beautiful hit there. Myth just applying the pressure. And of course, Sin now getting traded off. And that is actually a bit of a saving grace now for Umbra as Myth comes in with a beautiful bit of an assist.
Yeah, now a possibility here for Shadowwind and PRZ to maybe make a bit of a rotation out of here. Again, they just need to worry about the eagle eye that is Ilias that has been so detrimental to their escape for the time being. And of course, Band might get involved as well. Still 15 teams left. Only had to say goodbye to, unfortunately, one. And the numbers slowly but surely dwindling. But again, beautiful representation of these teams as we see heading into the 3rd to 4th phase of zone. And again, interesting positions that these teams are currently holding. I mean, between other than, Umbra and Masters, as we've seen, the rest of the teams have a bit of space to work with here. And now, Super Young Stars, G3 Tempo, Lusail, and Zero Tolerance are going to be a little bit zone blessed as we head into that. Cryptics, though, finding Myth.
I mean, Myth are really trying to prove a point here today. They are pushing as hard as they can, taking any and all fights they can pick up along the way. But now, you can see, of course, those rotations heading on through again. It does seem like they're going to be pushing up the hills, but right up ahead of them, that's where we do see the players from the Super Young Stars. So Myth might have a little bit of a surprise once they start climbing that hill and, having a little bit of a rude awakening, potentially finding its way towards them. Meanwhile, the rotations continue to come on in, but you can hear now the Super Young Stars starting to tap away Joker, finding those first few angles. But Myth very exposed. But let's see whether or not Joker will be able to close this one off. Ramsey now just up ahead, getting hit quite excessively. And now Wiggly just ducking in behind the train. But a good play now coming through here from Myth as they just duck into zone. At least Moment and Broly, or at least Broly, is in zone. But now it is going to be those utilities getting sent through here from Joker. But, I mean, looking at Super Young Stars' position, they are kind of forced on the edge. And maybe we could see them just reposition into a little bit more of a secure angle to try and fight from. Meanwhile, it is going to be up to Myth now to get themselves situated. We do see also Broly getting traded off there as they also bump into the side of Zero Tolerance. We have positioned down in the valley.
Oh, and it is rough for the rest of the teams trying to find a way into the zone. That southern side looking absolutely chaotic, as we can see Virtual Gaming finding Unique, who find themselves in a bit of a sandwich here between Virtual Gaming and G3 Tempo. Phantom cooking up a nice little bit of a nade there, looking for Alpha Luigi, who has been a thorn in their side, but one shot going to distract the lineup for the time being, moving up to try and get the angles here. Phantom in a bit of spot of trouble here, as the rest of Virtual Gaming move on in and confirm Unique back in the lobby. Now, they have to reset themselves and focus because right up ahead of them, blocking their way, blocking their path into the zone, it is G3 Tempo. And again, if they take a little bit of a wider rotation, they might find themselves in the line of sight of Cryptics, who've also made the rotation into the zone. 13 teams remaining, so still not quite yet in placement point territory.
Yeah, not quite yet, just yet, right? Of course, one more team has to fall before we get into that placement point territory, and we do see the players there from 1 million also now coming under a little bit of fire as they too are pushing in from that more southern side. Meanwhile, up north, it is going to be Moment here for the side of Myth that it was able to sneak on through, but Umbra now all the way up in towards Power Grid, trying to apply a bit of pressure on towards Slime 4KT. As we can see, Pronto now getting ready to jump. It is down to PRZ for Umbra, looking to hold strong. The rest of Umbra, or the rest of Slime rather, now also getting pushed on the opposite end. Let's see where they are going to be going. Of course, now they have their angle locked in just barely within that zone. PRZ trying to see whether or not they can maybe bait and switch out on towards Pronto. They have to be careful because you can see the players from Intruder just sitting over towards that western side. Not really within reach just yet, but now up comes Pronto, trying to just find the angles into PRZ. Of course, that blue zone is inflicting quite a bit of damage, but fortunately, PRZ is able to apply that first aid kit, of course, rather the med kit, and now the first aid kit, rather, being brought in here by Pronto, who now turns their focus to getting back in towards the zone, and this is a bit of a window now for PRZ to just come sneaking on through. But again, it is going to be a rather risky rotation to get up in towards this next zone.
Oh, absolutely. And the rest of the teams are starting to pick each other apart as they look for placement points, as they look for a little bit of alleviation from the pressure. Of course, Umbra unfortunately being confirmed as PRZ goes out, and the rest of the teams still looking for a way into the zone. Intruders now setting their sights here towards 1 million. We're just around the corner, but of course needs to find the angle. Rove now coming through from the southern side on the ridge line. Bam! Finds Knight. Has a spot of trouble here for Dexter as well, but the smokes are going to be popped and a little bit of an opportunity here to get some cover, but the push comes on through. Rove around the corner looking for the spray through. The smoke is not going to quite yet make the connection. Dexter still alive, but has to deal with the onslaught here coming through from Intruders, and is it going to be enough? Finds a little bit of damage onto one. Raouf still alive somehow. Dexter looking for the angle. Bam. Hello. Thank you for coming to the window. Intruders now down to 1. As Omar has to watch the feed unfold right up ahead of them. And Dexter is alive, but how long is the question? Slimefork 18 now might get involved as well.
Yeah, they definitely could get involved, and of course it could be a beautiful opportunity for them now to strike, but that blue zone is going to be moving in, so the pressure will be on Intruder. Down to Omar, trying to run it out, but up comes this hit, as Slime step on in, and off they go. Intruder making their way back into the lobby. It is, of course, going to be Dexter now left for the side of 1 million, looking to see whether or not they can squeeze themselves back in towards the zone. We can see Cryptics also just up ahead, looking to keep a bit of that gatekeeping position, as one shot now gets confirmed on through as Super Young Stars up on the high ground, just leveraging the angles they've got. But let's see whether or not they are going to be able to pull this one through. Of course, Cryptics looking pretty strong though, still having their 3 players left, and they have a beautiful angle set up in towards that zone. But now up comes the challenge as Myth makes their way back as well. Ramsey getting taken out. Let's see whether or not. Oh, no, definitely not, as Dexter gets confirmed up as well. And up comes Zeus, the next one up for the prize. Will they get taken down? Of course, that vehicle, fortunately, already getting blown up. So Zeus now having an additional bit of hard cover to utilize while quickly trying to get that health bar back up once again. Meanwhile, also, Slimefork AT keeping their eyes very much glued on towards Zeus. And is it going to be another elbow or toe situation, or could it maybe be a few knees coming on through? Now, that zone taking a bit of a shift, heading further down south. But this is where Cryptics find themselves beautifully zone blessed. And now they can just look to dominate the zone, seeing that there's quite a few rotations still to come through in their direction.
Yeah, a few teams there towards the outer part of that zone. But again, Super Young Stars, Zero Tolerance, Blackjack, they have to move on in. So Cryptics will be challenged for their position. First team up for the bats is Lusail, popping a molly through the window. Senke and Lazy Boy having to rotate on out. And Wanted putting quite a bit of pressure as the rest of the team rotates on through, but needs to be careful. Going to get caught out in the open with a molly in hand. Does somehow find the connection onto Lazy Boy. Now turn the attention towards Senke. They go into the building and bam, 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 left, right, and center. Wanted goes down. Senke going to hold the line here for Cryptics. Marshall and Senke now having to take on the rest of the 3 remaining players here from Lusail, who just throw an absolutely insane barrage of nades into the building. Marshall down to 1. And unfortunately not in a position here to get involved.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tricky play now for Marshall as that pressure is being applied. Super Young Stars look to move on through. Cryptics now, of course, getting eliminated. Back they go. It's a beautiful performance coming through for the Super Young Stars. But now it is down to our final 6 teams. Blackjack moving in from that northeastern side, looking to contest the position coming through here for Lusail, but they've got to be cautious because we got Slime just holding on a little bit further down south. Meanwhile, Super Young Stars turning their attention back in on towards the players there from Zero Tolerance. We're looking to push through, of course, Storm getting that beautiful confirmation on towards Lashin. Salam, meanwhile, is going to be cooking up that nade, looking to see if it can reach all the way across. Does find a little bit of damage coming through onto the side there of Blackjack, but now Lusail, ooh, coming up behind the Blackjack there, as you can see, MG getting taken right on down as Watson strikes a devastating blow. With that, it is the end of the road for MG. But fortunately, we still have Lelouch and Reverb looking to make a bit of a comeback from that position. But they're not secured in zone just yet. Still having to push a little bit further forward. But of course, Zero Tolerance also now on the opposite end, as we can see Lord finding the angle on towards Lelouch. And this is where Blackjack is in a very tough spot, because if they move up, it could either be Lusail or Zero Tolerance right up alongside them, looking to hammer away with those hits, and that could send them right back into the lobby. But it does seem like Lusail now starting to turn their focus on towards Zero Tolerance, while yet to rotate into zone. Meanwhile, Zeus moving in from that southern side, right there alongside Cronboy and Chala for the side of the Super Young Stars. With that, it is the end of the road, as Zeus also now gets traded off Hates, landing quite a devastating blow on towards them. 5 teams now remain, as we can see Blackjack down to 1, Zero Tolerance on 2, potentially 3. Slime and the rest of the lobby also sitting on their 2 players apiece. But where will these positions take them, as the zone has now shifted into that no man's land right amongst all the teams, as Blackjack gets traded off? And it'll go down to our final 4 teams. 8 players left to try and fight it out for that winner chicken dinner.
It's only Super Young Stars that don't have to trek down the ridgeline into the open to try and get into the zone. As you said, it's no man's land. Plenty of opportunities and plenty of angles here to work with. But talking about angles, Lord spotting out Super Young Stars now, looking for those elbows, those toes to get the angles in and get the hits connected. Well, 2-2-2-2-2, a split for all of these teams to work with. So let's see who's going to be the first team to find that engagement.
Okay, here comes Watson. Sends out a bit of a nade, looking to see if they can create a bit of an opening onto that side. But now we also see the players there from Super Young Stars getting pinched outside of zone. The nades continue to fly through. Storm taking a little bit of damage. Plaza holding that watchful angle there. And of course, Hates now trying to wrap around the northern side, trying to see if they can potentially find an approach, an angle on towards Chala, as it does seem like that is kind of where their focus is going to be for the time being. But a beautiful quick position coming through there from Hates, managing to sneak in on the northern edge. Storm now getting spotted. Down they go as Boyka comes in with the trade alongside Watson. So great teamwork being applied here by Lusail. Already 7 eliminations to their name. And now the pressure's on there for Plaza to try and get out of that blue zone. Grandboy going to be inching their way a little bit further forward. Chala about to get touched by the blue zone as it does catch up towards them. Now Storm gets taken down. Chala just patiently waiting. Hates also waiting to see if Chala's going to dare budge from that position. Lord, meanwhile, will be moving through, looking for the angle. Picks up Watson. Boyka, the next one left, but down they go. Lord getting traded. That's Cronboy, finds the angle. Beautiful sneak approach, and of course now a little bit of repayment coming through there, as we do see that next hit coming in towards Chala. So Cronboy, the last hopeful for Zero Tolerance. It is solos just strewn across this match, but oh, it is the end of the road for the Super Young Stars, as Hates now faces off against Zero Tolerance, and with that, it is going to be the end of the road. Zero Tolerance picking up the winner chicken dinner, their second one right here in the finals. The first one on Sanhok yesterday, and now Miramar looking quite beautiful for them as well.
Maybe Erangel might be the next, but I know there is quite a few Zero Tolerance supporters in the chat that we've seen so far, so they must be absolutely elated with that performance coming through. H just being the only member of that entire lobby in the zone, in safety. The play zone was an absolute MVP there towards the final stretch, but woo, it came through to the wire. So, Miramar done, Sanhok done, and we've had quite a few surprises coming through on either side. Cryptics and Zero Tolerance has been the first few teams to start us off with, getting some good points. But how's this overall rankings going to look like at the end of today is the question. But closer and closer we get to that middle point. So, I mean, one more map, and then, like you said, we might have a bit of a better idea as to who's going to be our top 6. I still feel like I just don't know anything. It feels like I've been watching PUBG Mobile for the first time tonight, because I can't tell who's going to be the next team to take anything, really. I mean, it looked good for so many teams to get into that final zone, to get into that winner chicken dinner position. But the fights, the nades, the engagements coming through, I mean, it is surprising beyond the belief at how Lusail had to have one remaining hopeful, just nearly taking out the entirety of Cryptics. That alone is bizarre to me. And again, the zone shifts have been mean. Very mean.
Yeah, no, they have been. I mean, that's the beauty of what we're seeing here, is the teams really kind of breaking the mold, right? Stepping up and just continuously coming in with some surprising and super satisfying performances. So, again, well done going out there to the players from Zero Tolerance. But, of course, as you said, Lusail holding so strong all the way to the very end there. And I mean, strong efforts being put in, even zero tolerance. You know, and it's just so crazy to see how the teams have been playing the zones, right? Just continuously finding themselves in positions. Looking at where Cryptics were rolling in from, I really thought they had it locked in, right? Even Slime 4KT also putting up such a strong play all the way to the very finish, ensuring that they not only get a few of those eliminations, but also finish strong with regards to those placement points. So some very satisfying plays coming through from the teams once again. And of course, it is time for us to take a quick look at the highlights once again, just to remind you of those plays. I mean, Super Young Stars also just being a little bit of a bully there, as we saw. You know, it's just again moving in on towards Cryptics. Just so great to see those plays actually coming through here. But of course, we have to now take a look at what the match rankings are to see how many points these teams were able to secure. As we know, of course, it is going to be zero tolerance sitting right there at the top on 23 points with their 8 eliminations. Lusail also coming in with 8, claiming 20 for themselves. And then, of course, we got the players there from Slime 4KT also coming in with 20 points, but they accumulated 10 eliminations. And of course, Virtual Gaming also heavy hitting. But then, of course, we got also the players from Super Young Stars and Blackjack taking up 12 and 10 points rather, respectively, each as well.
Yeah, look, the eliminations are looking a little top heavy. I mean, this first page is looking a little crazy, but of course, this is where the teams finished off in terms of placements. So let's take a look at those second pages to see how the teams really managed to maybe make up the points that they weren't able to accumulate through placement points, because we know it was quite a fight to get into those top 12 spots, to get into placement point territory, because everyone was looking so good towards the later phases of that Miramar. But of course, we can see a few eliminations being spread out, 1 million picking a few, Team Myth, Intruder, I mean, even Umbra picking up 3. So a nice little bit of a bonus here for the teams. And again, it's coming through to that consistency. So, I mean, you can, yes, have an amazing game that can help you to jump from the last page to this first page, maybe even getting up into 4th, 5th, whatever place. But if you don't stay consistent, you might fall victim to the rest of the teams steadily but surely picking up those points, because that's ultimately what the focus is, getting into that top 6 and of course getting some good dollar bills. But we'll see how that's going to go through. But overall ranking should be interesting at this point, DK.
Yeah, I definitely do think so. And of course, if we have a quick look at that, we can see the players there from Virtual Gaming sitting up in pole position still. Now, this time around on 105 points, 1 million still hot on their heels. And of course, the same can be said for Cryptics. Of course, the players here from Unique still holding on to their 4th position, but Lusail making a beautiful bit of a jump there. We saw them starting off the match all the way in 12th place. And now, with that one beautiful performance, they've now moved all the way up in towards 5th. Of course, the same can be said for Slime. Slime starting off in 13th, now sitting up in 6th place. Of course, Zero Tolerance also making a beautiful jump all the way from 15th place in to 7th. So great plays, great approaches coming through from these teams. Of course, Myth still being able to hold on to that top 8 position as they were in 5th place before the match. Now they've been moved down into 8th. But of course, we need to see what that 2nd place is looking like. And that could mean that it is still just very much neck in neck, at least, you know, looking at from where Intruder Africa is and also where Masters are currently positioned. I mean, Masters G3 side by side with regards to points. But of course, well, you know, it's not a position we are too accustomed to see these teams situated in. And I mean, Triple Esports having a tough start to the day so far. But of course, there's still 4 more matches for them to look to kind of rectify that as well.
Yeah, for today, and then of course another 6 tomorrow. So lots of games, lots of opportunities, but rather sooner than later, because if you take too long to really catch up those points, you might be staring down a very, very tough road. As we know, these teams, once they get rolling, it is tough to stop them. So nice little bit of points coming through, and it's still pretty close. I do feel there's a great opportunity for these teams to make those leaps, and then they just need to stay consistent. Again, that sounds easier than what it actually is, because we know the level of competition is absolutely insane. I mean, it is PMPL Africa. So yes, we can summarize it in nice, easy words, just stay consistent. It's not that hard. Yes, it is. It is very hard. Again, we said this, I'm a tree in PUBG Mobile. I don't even qualify as a bot. DK is a bot. So he at least can do something. I can't. I just stand still and do nothing.
Yeah, that's just our perspectives coming through for this. And of course, also we got to give a big shout out going out to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out there to Nimo. And of course, while the tree and the bot take a quick break, we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes while we get ready for our action over on towards Erangel. So stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes.
Up against Affiliate Apex. In the car, shots being hit, nice damage being done, and once again, they're just ripping teams apart. Leston's now on his own, and, well, I don't know, what do you want to do here, buddy? These guys as it is. From Zexus' push now. Could be coming at the right time if they want to go fast enough, but look who's joined the party once again. 4KT heard it all, they moved themselves further forward, and now they want to be the ones. Successfully well from here. It's all about the smart plays coming in now, and the man I mentioned, right, Storm, he's the one that I always see bringing in the big brain plays. He's the thought master behind this, and this is going to be an easy kill for him. He goes down. G3 find themselves eliminated. Another kill found for Slime 4KT.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is the day 2, and of course we're getting ready to move into our third match here of the day. Already we've seen Sanhok and Miramar just really popping off as the teams have been stepping up to the challenge, bringing in heavy blow after heavy blow. And of course, we'd love to hear what you guys think about the action unfolding on screen. Be sure to let us know on social media. Head on over to either Facebook or Instagram. Search for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages and tell us what your thoughts are as we now make our way into our lovely plane to see where that flight path is going to be coming from. And of course, we see it starting all the way over on towards that quarry side. And then heading up a little bit further on towards the northern edges of the zone. Of course, now the team's having a great opportunity to get themselves situated here. Once again, getting ready to pop off and just bring in those points. But in this match, I'm going to be watching the players from Triple Esports. Because looking at what we can see coming in on the leaderboard, they've not had any points accumulating in their direction so far today just yet. But the longer it takes for them to bring in those points, the more challenging it will become for them to try and secure any successful runs from this point forward. And it will make it just so much more challenging for that really to happen. So, I mean, a lot of pressure now going to be coming through for Triple. They got to play this one out as beautifully as they can to ensure that they finish in those late few zones. We know, looking back at yesterday's performance right here on the first Erangel, Triple Esports got sent out in 14th place with only 2 total points being garnered right there. So there is going to be a little bit of pressure now riding on their shoulders.
Yeah, and look, a little bit of a parallel path coming through here. I thought we're going to have Erangel do something similarly to what Miramar did, you know, taking a bit of a slice of one side and taking the zone to the other side. But no, it is behaving for the time being, giving the teams a little bit of breathing room here to work with. And yeah, I agree with you, Triple Esports. Oh, they got some pressure on them, and Sin looking to already start adding a little bit more to that. Finding Thor, looking for that early engagement. We do see the rest of the teams making their rotation in to sort of bring in the cavalry and make sure that their respective players do not go out. So for the time being, we've got a bit of a one-on-one situation here, just peeking, prodding around the corner. Thor now finding the angle. Oh, dodge the bullets coming through. Sin just looking for that connection, but oh, the shots coming through from Thor, not enough. Sin, he's got the angle. So unfortunately, Thor gonna be immediately thirsted. I mean, there's no speed at which AWAM can drive on in to try and have recovered Thor in that situation.
Yeah, it is quite a bit of a challenging position. And I mean, the best choice here for Triple would be just to kind of respect the distance here, just keep themselves out of that engagement. Yes, it was unfortunate that it just came down to a bit of a happenstance there, but now they got to play those strategies, right? Triple Esports now need to find a good compound to secure, move into, and hopefully ensure that they make it up into those later phases. Of course, you can see Phantom there now just cautiously listening as Masters Esports are rotating right past them, heading just over towards the sixes. We can see right up ahead of them. But now again, it's down to where those rotations are going to be going through. Of course, Masters going to be looking to set themselves up a little bit more on this eastern side of the zone. And this is a great opportunity now for Triple to venture a little bit further on towards the west, right? We have them relatively close to Quarry, but they got to look to condense those positions they find themselves in. Yes, it's looting phase now. They do have a little bit of time left before that zone starts moving in, but they can't afford to have any wastage, right? They need to be proactive. They need to be super calculated with their decision making coming in, particularly in this match.
Yeah, as you said, yes, they're a little bit spread out now, and we generally do expect that from the teams, but they've already lost one member. They cannot afford to lose another. As you said, this is the point we want to see them really push the envelope because they need to get those points. We said it. The teams, once they get those engines rolling, it is so incredibly difficult to stop them. That momentum just keeps rolling, and these teams grow their points exponentially. It is so difficult to try and catch up if you are already caught behind. So they're getting towards that middle point. This would be a great start for them to really just close the gap and stay with the rest of the group, basically. That's what we're talking about. It's not quite yet the buddy system, but hey. Rotations now being made. 1 million have found themselves back in towards familiar territory. It is Malta for them, so they're going to be quite happy with that. G3 over towards Gatka, so not going to be joining the party there with 1 million. The rest of the teams still, as you said, sticking to their guns, sticking to their usual drop sites. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy yet. The disengagements were nicely executed. I was a bit worried that Masters just seemed to be finding all of the solos. I was worried there for Phantom for a little while. I was like, oh, I feel like Masters have some sort of sixth sense coming through. They know where these players are.
Yeah, we know there's no sixth sense, you know. Maybe a fifth, maybe just a normal 5 that's there. But definitely I don't know. It's difficult really to make a call like that, but now again, looking at what the teams are bringing in, it is going to be a little bit more of a relaxed approach coming through, at least for now, right? We do have Blue Zone starting to close on through. We're looking to see where Virtual Gaming, Slime, Blackjack, Darkness, 1 Million, and Intruder are going to be looking to rotate into. Over on this western side, things are quite passive, quite relaxed. I mean, we got Cryptics also doing their looting just further down south, as we can see, making their way through the Georgia Bull crates and also South George itself. But again, no crazy rotations coming through from either of these teams just yet. We know once Blue Zone starts closing up, we are going to be seeing a little bit more of movement coming through on the map. But again, this is now where Cryptics are moving up in anticipation of where they could expect the rest of the teams to be rotating in towards. We've seen Zero Tolerance also venturing up on towards Everest in past matches, so there is a bit of a potential option there that Cryptics could have a few visitors heading in their direction.
I mean, even Super Young Stars has made that huge, southern to west rotation to find themselves being one of the first teams to contend for Everest before. So, I mean, Cryptics have had to really defend that spot time and time again. But moving on to that a little bit earlier on does give them a nice little bit of angles here to work with. So, interesting to see if that's going to come to fruition for them. Masters, of course, on the main island, which is a bit of a change-up. Normally, I'm used to them, butting shoulders there with Intruders towards the military base. But this time around, of course, they've found a bit of success, finding one elimination and now just moving on towards that eastern side of the zone. A few teams still having to make some rotations. I think Blackjack really has to work with the longest rotation. Maybe, Intruders are fine. But the rest of the teams looking for some potential spots here. Potato Hill's open, School's open, Rozok is open as the teams once again migrate to the center. So that is at least some sort of stability that we can talk about, DK. The only thing I guess we can predict at this time is the migrations that we've seen these teams really prioritize.
Yeah, and I mean, that is something that we've been seeing happening quite consistently with all the teams right here in the lobby. But now it comes down to whether or not they'll be able to get themselves into a good, strong, secure position that they can easily defend should anyone dare try to challenge them for that position, looking to contest it. And of course now, again, Masters, the team are going to be looking at, particularly in this match, looking to see what they're going to do with their position, how they're going to try and play the zone. And a tactic that we've been seeing so far that has proven to be quite successful is holding off on the engagements, right? Just hanging on the edge of zone, waiting for the teams to fight it out a little bit further up ahead so the numbers start dwindling, so there's less opposition to be worried about, and that way it opens a beautiful gateway for teams then to come in, get the job done, and secure strong placement points for them. But of course, Triple Esports should take the approach rather of placement points over getting eliminations. If eliminations do happen to find their way on through, great, fantastic, but I mean, that should not be their priority. Their priority should be ensuring that they finish well into those late phases.
Yeah, look, take a little bit of a safer investment would be the easiest way I could say it. Eliminations do obviously mean some great little bit of bonuses to your points, but they do carry their own risks. And currently, Triple Esports, we were talking about condensing those positions. I'm still seeing them pretty split up. I mean, they're split between Super Young Stars, Cryptics, Umbra. They're so close to many points of contention. It makes me nervous. But of course, the zone now moving on through is going to favor those teams that are closer towards Gatka. So of course, Triple Esports being one of those moving up from Quarry. Same can be said there for Cryptics, who Everest is still in play, but they are looking to immediately get down to maybe a little bit more of that ground level position, because you do not want to be caught out running down the ridge line with all of these crosses just pointed right at you. As we can see, the mass migration to the west.
Yeah. Of course, that migration is going to come on through. And, I mean, Triple, now's the time to rotate west, right? Now is the time to rotate west, because we can see Cryptics starting to move very much in their direction. And of course now Umbra also spotting out the players there from Darkness, who are going to be looking to just funnel up in towards that zone. But again, this is a good position coming through for Umbra. As you can see, Morteza having a good line of sight here. And I'm loving the spread coming through from the side of Umbra. But of course, Darkness having a little bit of a challenging time here as they try to find a good spot to pull into. And this now allows for G3 to just go tapping away right here up in towards Chopsticks. So we can see Flacco keeping their eyes just glued on the potential action in front of them. Zero Tolerance also now going to come rotating right on in. And I mean, this is a very much a kind of a transitional area that G3 have set themselves up. As we can see, Darkness have come through here. Zero Tolerance also not trying to move in from this exact same direction. So that is a good call being made here by G3. But now all they got to do is try to defend that position from any of these teams looking to rotate on through. And with that, of course, we see Wasted picking up the hits right on towards Hates right there. And again, Buden could come in with a little bit of a steal here on that elimination.
Or looking for the angle, looking for those toes, the knees, just some sort of a pixel here to work with. Maybe a nade. Maybe a nade might make the connection. Ooh, is it good? Is it good? Ooh, yeah, no, not quite yet. But we'll see. How long is Hates going to survive is the question. Not long, apparently. Never mind, I shouldn't have said anything. Anyway, rotations now being made against that central band of the zone. Absolutely crazy, as we can see just the Skittles packs of teams moving on in for the positions here that still are available. Of course, Cryptics still taking a bit of a spread out approach. Triple Esports getting closer to each other. Again, I don't know. I think I'm just anxious because we know that this game is huge for them. So I just keep staring at their position. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of a potential opportunity here for them. The rest of the teams, again, sort of that southeastern side or that band of the zone. If you can just cut the zone right towards the southeastern side, it is looking a little crazy, especially with more teams like 1 Million Blackjack now moving on in. Lots and lots of opportunities here to get some engagements going.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be a lot of engagements coming through, particularly on this end now, as we can see Lusail and Zero Tolerance just starting to bump a few heads here. Wanted now picking up that elimination right on towards Skydo. We do see Vortex also not too far away. Lord also rotating up from this more southern side, just looking to apply a little bit of pressure, but Lusail, they do have control of the top side of the ridge. But this could be a beautiful opportunity now for Zero Tolerance to just push in from that more lower ground angle, as that now opens up. So we can see Salam stepping in with a quick few hits. Beautiful off-angle approach coming through there from them, but up comes those rotations now heading straight up in towards Zero Tolerance. And this is where we do see a little bit of that separation now coming through between Lord and Vortex. Vortex, of course, positioned quite some distance away, just looking to just get that vehicle a little bit better situated, but it's going to be a pretty tough call to make, as we can see the players there from Slime 4KT also now just there on the welcoming end. And this could be a very tough run now for Zero Tolerance, as they have some really difficult decisions to make here. But of course, the teams now continuing to push further and further up in towards the zone. I mean, looking at Triple, I don't know if I'm happy with their move coming in. They're looking to move too far into zone. Stay on the edges. That is where you're going to be able to survive the longest, as we have that mass migration heading into center zone. And I mean, by mass migration, it is looking pretty crazy. We've got Myth, we've got Intruder, we've got Masters, we've got Darkness, we've got G3. All of them just pushing into that center zone.
We have every single team still alive in 3 phases in, so you have to believe it's going to be crazy, DK, as the teams are fighting for positions and fighting just for some sort of real estate to work with. And of course, we know here towards Gatka, it's absolutely insane. The trenches are looking a little bit heavy here. But now, of course, Intruder finding a little bit of those compounds alongside Masters. Myth looking to get involved, maybe just holding the line, getting some information. Meanwhile, Blackjack finding Unique, as Unique tries to go down the ridge line to get into safety, but Phantom, unfortunately, will be the warning that Blackjack are lying in wait, ready to look for those eliminations. 1 Million right next to them. Unique caught in a sandwich they do not want to be the filling for. So rotations need to come through. They need to get out of here. Slyke down to a slip of HP. Chills down to a slip of HP. And 1 Million is just making this pain rain down.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about pain raining down, it is, of course, the players there from Triple feeling a bit of pain as well, as we saw come in the feed. They've now been reduced down to 2, and they've moved into center zone. No idea what's going on there, but now We look at the players here from 1 million, looking to come in with that clean sweep over on towards Unique. It is going to be Chills and Slyke just positioned up ahead. Quick med being popped in there by Slyke, but look at the angle being applied here by Dexter. Tries to tap away at Blackjack, but of course a quick response, quick retaliation coming through. White's now trying to defend this channel, and down they go. Finding a beautiful nade right on towards Myth as they get caught up in the underground. And it is the end of the road as they make their way right back into the lobby. Meanwhile, Intruder looking pretty good, holding on as they now move in, looking to secure that position in a little bit more center zone. Of course, the teams continuing to move on through. Triple Esports, SmackNap center zone, 2 players left. Okay, then of course we got the players from Virtual Gaming all the way up north alongside Lusail, Zero Tolerance, Umbra, Cryptics coming in with a little bit more of a, the late push into zones. We can see they're not just hanging around on those outskirts, those outlying regions, but up comes the rotations as they now too get ready to push on through. Center zone, completely barren, as we can see, no compounds really there for the teams to make much use of. But Lazy Boy and Petrox now about to start maybe fighting it out for a position over on towards that western side. And all the way on the southern edge, as well as the east, still a lot of contention coming through from these teams.
Yeah, not a lot of space to work with, and the teams all vying for a position in basically no man's land, as you said. Not a lot of compounds to really work with. Super Young Stars rotating in amongst Cryptics, so we might see a little bit of that feed now lighting up as Umbra as well. Obviously, just looking to find some angles to work with. Virtual Gaming, of course, coming down there from Everest, might be the first team they find. Cryptics not far behind as well. So a little bit of an exchange coming through. Petrox, nice little bit of an angle here. Shadowin in the open. Oh, it is tempting. But of course we know rotations have to be made, and they want to make them as carefully as possible, because there's a lot of teams within the zone, within the vicinity, that could very easily turn their attention to Virtual Gaming and make their rotation so much harder. So we'll see how they can take those rotations in. But that southern part of the zone, DK, I agree. Oh, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of teams now moving in. But even over on towards this eastern side, we do see Blackjack and 1 million now fighting it out for controlling angles into these compounds. Of course, the Mollies finding their way on through as we see Reverb getting knocked on down. Lelouch super low on health. Down goes Zayn. MG now left to try and defend, but there we go. Gets the shots in as 1 million. Now have their numbers starting to dwindle. It is down to Dexter. MG getting spotted as he's trying to move in for that res. Of course, Lelouch also now getting ready to just push on through. Will they get it though? Those Mollies finding their way in the window. Oh, the nades continue to fly on through as Dexter's trying to defend, but this now provides the opportunity for Blackjack to get a quick reset. As you can see, Lelouch now tending there to Zayn. The smoke's getting sent down from Dexter. This is going to be a very challenging position to play, and of course now it is going to be the onus rather is going to be here on Blackjack to get a clean sweep. Reverb cooking up the nade, looking to send it in. A little bit of a bounce. In it goes. Ooh, Dexter pops on down. Here we go. The rush in the smoke. The Mollies come out to play. And with that, Dexter gets traded up. Down they go. 1 million making their way back into the lobby. Blackjack successfully executing that first engagement. But of course, Unique hard on their heels. So they're nowhere near done.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's going to be chaos after chaos. Umbra now turning their attention here towards Virtual Gaming, who have made the trek down from Everest, but straight into the crosshairs of both Team Umbra and Cryptics. So it's not looking too healthy for them, as they're down to 1 member still up, and Adam, which is Alpha Luigi, who has to try and get the res on towards Petrox if they want to make this a duo situation. But there is the confirmation. There's only one remaining hopeful here for Virtual Gaming, and they find themselves in a bit of a sandwich here. Lusail now turning the attention there towards Umbra, trying to get involved, get a piece of the action. But Umbra, they've got a few compounds here to work with, some angles, and they've got their attention right set to this ridge line, just waiting for Lusail to make their move. Alpha Luigi, just hoping no one looks at him. Just leave the man alone. But 13 teams remaining, just still one team unfortunately having to go back to the lobby with 0 placement points, as the rest of the teams move up into that southern part of the zone.
We did see the players there from Blackjack, of course, now putting a stop to Unique's advances, taking them down, and off they went back into the lobby. But now it is another shuffle coming on through. Slime looking to get themselves positioned up in towards that northeastern side of zone. Meanwhile, on the edge, it is going to be Umbra, Cryptics fighting it out for position here and that passageway back up into this next phase. Of course, Cryptics now applying a lot of pressure. We can see those utilities getting sent out in all directions. But of course, Lusail could bring in a bit of a helping hand here, as we can see Boyka also just sneaking up a little bit closer. Also, it's going to be that rotation now for Lusail to get themselves into the zone itself. Umbra not in the worst position, but of course they can't afford to make any mistakes right here. Going to be keeping their eyes and ears open to see if they can find any potential way to get themselves unstuck from this current angle. Meanwhile, Cryptics are going to be rushing in, sending out those utils. Of course, it's going to be all for Luigi from the side of Virtual, trying to, you know, bring in a little bit of a contribution. Just tapping away, potentially finding a bit of elimination. That nade reaches across, but it doesn't find the point just yet. Meanwhile, Lusail now hammering down on Umbra. So we can see quite a few of those knocks coming in as Shadowwood gets traded off. Of course, now Watson gets confirmed as well. And here we are now, Virtual Gaming down for the count. Cryptics still not backing off. They want to pick up these eliminations before pushing into zone.
I don't blame them. There's plenty of obstacles standing in their way to get into zone safely. And of course, now making a bit of a different shift into the zone. Hey, right up next to Darkness, what's going on? You got snakes in the grass here to work with. So Lazy Boy and Carry Boy, unfortunately, getting a little bit of a surprise ban. Hello, Darkness is here. Manuel helping out with the line from the back, just getting a couple more shots running on through. And in a matter of seconds, Cryptics are down to only one member, being Marshall, who still has to make the rotation out from the crosshairs of Team Umbra. So that was a little crazy to look at, but great opportunity here for Darkness to pick up those eliminations, and even better what it is looking like for Blackjack, Intruders, and G3 Tempo, who for the time being at least still have an opportunity to go into this team of duos and solos with their full squads available.
Oh, and with that, it is going to be the end of the road for Cryptics, but also we see now a really challenging zone presented to these teams, as it is getting ready to pop up once again. We do see Sin there from Masters Esports holding center zone, at least for the time being. And of course, that shift now continuing down towards the southeast. Triple Esports getting taken out in 11th place, not finding a good hiding spot for the time being. Of course, Super Young Stars helping them pack their bags as they make their way back into the lobby. Meanwhile, it is now going to be Darkness looking to apply their pressure on towards the Super Youngsters. We can see Lasher now receiving quite a few nades up in their direction. Blackjack also coming under fire. We can see it lighting up in the feed, but G3 moving in, looking pretty great with their numbers. Now Joker trying to laser down on towards Darkness. We got Manuel and Tornado, the last two hopefuls for the side here of Darkness, looking to see if they can find a good approach to get themselves repositioned back in towards the zone. Umbra also down to 2. Let's see what's going to be happening over on that eastern or western side rather. Intruder, meanwhile, down south, going to be looking to push on forward. They've got G3 stopping them from getting up into the zone for the most part, but they are not going to be backing out of this opportunity. You can see Weiss now coming in with a quick reposition, just trying to come in a little bit more towards the eastern front. Of course, now the shots continue to rain on down, as we can see just up ahead. It is going to be quite devastating for Tornado as Darkness now gets sent back into the lobby. Down to 8 teams we go. It is going to be Master, Zero Tolerance, Umbra sitting on 1 player each. Umbra already with 7 eliminations. The nades, of course, still getting sent back and forth between G3 and Intruder. But now look at the players here from side of Super Youngstars. Lashin a little bit closer towards G3. And with that, Intruder now start to head on back, as we can see Weiss picking up that first knock right on towards 6 God. But of course, Joker picking up the nades, looking to see if they can reach across to where Vortex potentially is situated. But now the rush, the sneak coming on through as Intruders looking for that opening.
Oh, G3 Temper just around the corner, but need to find the angle. 6 is down, so an opportunity here definitely for Intruders to take the compound and get themselves situated in the zone with a little bit more cover to work with. Nacho going a little bit closer on. Weiss just going to make the rotation in zigzag, but it is so terrifying to take that trek all the way to G3 Temper, because they know they will be exposed to all of the teams making their rotations in. A great opportunity here from Nacho, jumping on the roof, finding a beautiful angle, dealing the damage. Not quite yet getting the knocks they need though, but that nade might send it.
Oh, look at that Nacho just sending it through. Of course, with that, receiving quite a few blows in response, quickly ducking down to just get that health bar back up. We can see that medkit also now getting dropped down. A good back and forth coming through between Intruder and G3. But of course, now a beautiful 2-2 split as Intruder get ready to make that push into the next zone. It is going to be the 6-zone shift. Down it goes, all the way down towards that southern edge. G3, not a lot of ground for them to cover to get back into zone, but looking at where the zone has centered, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. We have still a few more teams hanging around on that northern approach. We've got Slime down to 2. You can see Ama and Pronto just trying to make their stands from that angle, but of course now Intruder looking to get themselves situated a little bit better in that zone, moving for center. The C6, ooh. If he knew how close he was to finding that angle, it would have been quite amazing to see. But now, you can see Weiss just huddled up behind the vehicle, waiting to see what Intruder, or rather the players from G3, are going to be bringing in as they get ready to move that zone about to start closing on through. We see Sin there from Masters, the last one left, all the way on the very edge. Blue zone about to catch up with them, but now G3 still keeping their eyes onto the zone. Not going to be backing down just yet, but up comes the mollies. Flacco getting traded. Buden trying to sneak on forward, but Omar says no. Down they go, and the confirmation about to come on through with that. It is the end of Buden. G3 now down to 3 as we can see Flacco about to get rezzed up. There we go. White, meanwhile, getting traded. It is now Rauf, Omar, and Hemo ready to apply the pressure coming in from the zone. They have the controlling angles, but now will they be able to defend it? With that Joker sensor hit straight over in towards the side. They are Slime, KT, Pronto getting taken down. Ama now looking to find their own way back in towards the zone, but G3 focusing their efforts on getting those rotations in. A little bit of a bait coming through. Off they go. Beautiful players. Hemo now gets traded, and Intruder gets reduced down to 1. It is going to be Rauf now left to try and make the stand here for Intruder. G3 definitely going to be looking to bounce back. They want to shift themselves up that leaderboard. Currently sitting in 14th place. They want to make as much of a jump as they can. Of course, Masters, Sin holding strong. Just riding that blue zone, not trying to get discovered, but unfortunately it goes down, and with that, it is the end of the road for Slime, 4KT. Intruder, G3, the final 2 teams. It is going to be a 2v3 push to the very end of the zone. As we can see, Weiss now getting raised up. Rauf quickly just backing away. 1-8 could end it all. But we don't know whether or not these teams still have any of those utilities left. We know they've got smokes because they've popped all of them all over the place. But now Rauf, Weiss sitting on 10 eliminations for the team collectively in a very comfortable spot. All they got to do is ride the storm out to finish. The zone now moving up in their favor. And G3 now having to reposition, getting a little bit closer. G3 sitting on 6, so they could definitely do with a bit of a chicken. But will Intruder allow that? So you can see that vehicle getting popped. Now Weiss coming under fire, getting re-knocked. Rauf once again, the last hopeful for Intruder. But G3 not going to be able to get to Nacho. I don't think so. But now the pressure is on Flacco. Down he goes. 6 is going to be the last remaining player for G3. Now it's just trying to stay hidden behind that vehicle. He's got a pretty good idea of where Rauf is. Out he comes with the shots, and with that, the winner chicken dinner locked in as G3 come out victorious, picking up that winner chicken dinner. And with that, 8 eliminations. What a good play that was. G3 really getting down and doing the work so beautifully.
And picking up their first winner chicken dinner in the finals. So that's definitely going to be a bonus of the momentum and the mental game for them going into the rest of the game. So we're officially done with the halfway point of the finals weekend. We have a good idea so far, I guess, at least of some of the teams that have been, really doing those VOD reviews and coming through with an absolute blast into finals. But again, I mean, changing it up now, seeing G3 Temper coming through on Erangel, getting that winner chicken dinner, and with Intruders as well, looking really, really contentious for that win. It's a pretty difficult set to try and work out, because if you try and analyze that, saying, okay, well, these are the top 6 we're looking at. Hold on, we can basically see the entirety of 3 up until 8th, maybe 11th changing still, with G3 Temper having a performance like that. So it's going to be interesting. Those math rankings, I'm so glad I don't have to do the math.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a beautiful effort being put in there by G3. They knew they had to get it all together if they want to see themselves finishing stronger, at least at the end of today, right? How much further they're going to try and push up that leaderboard, we don't know, but a really strong effort being put in there. And as we said, the teams they can't spend too much time hesitating before starting to put the efforts in, because the longer they take, the harder it is going to be for them to be successful in their efforts. And a beautiful game being played there once again. But unfortunately, I was hoping to see Triple Esports stepping it up, bringing in a little bit more points towards themselves. Of course, we did see they walked away with 1 point at the end of that match. So it is a little bit devastating seeing that come through. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby are continuing to push their efforts and just raking in those points. So there's going to be a lot of pressure now coming through for Triple Esports to try and improve their performance in the remaining 3 games of today. Because I think if they can't pull it off today, it's going to be so challenging to accomplish that tomorrow. But of course, that's only speculations coming in from our side with a little bit of facts sprinkled on it there somewhere. But of course, we also have a few of the highlights from this past match that we can move over into and take a bit of a look at. So here we go. Enjoy. Beautiful plays coming through there once again. So great to see G3 stepping up and walking away with that winner chicken dinner. We knew it was going to be a matter of time until they start putting those pieces back together, coming through with a beautiful victory right there. But of course, now we also got to take a look at our match rankings to see how many points these teams were able to secure. Of course, G3 sitting up on 23 points with their 8 eliminations and that winner chicken dinner. But Intruder also stepping up to the plate, coming in with 23 points as well, but picking up 11 eliminations. So beautiful effort being brought in there by Intruder as well.
Yeah, look, the over rankings are going to be fun. Again, it's that consistency that really is going to prove to be the winning formula for these teams going into the finals weekend. They need to make sure they stay consistent, and Slime 4K18, a few of the other teams are making sure they are doing that. Masters Esports picking up 9, Super Young Stars picking up 12. So a nice little bit of spread of eliminations to placements coming through here on the first page. It's looking a little bit more even than what we saw previously. Going, of course, onto that second page, we had Lusail finishing off with 6 overall points in 8th place. Darkness 1 point behind with 5, and it starts to trickle down as well. Blackjack also with Cryptics picking up some nice eliminations. But yeah, it's unfortunate here for the likes of Triple Esports. As we said, we really did place a lot of focus on them because we need to see them not stepping it up is not what I want to go for, but in the same sense, yes, we need them to get those points. They need to climb those overall rankings. Otherwise, as we said, it's going to get really tough.
Yeah, it is going to get super tough. And of course, as we move into the overall rankings, we can see Virtual Gaming looking pretty good and golden right there at the top, still on 105. But of course, as I've mentioned before, we did see a beautiful effort being put in. Intruder now sitting right up there in 4th place. Such a great jump coming through from them. We know they started the match off all the way over in 9th place. So great to see them jumping up. But then, of course, we see G3 also sitting up in 6th position, starting the match in 14th. Now, great jumps, great leaps coming in from these teams. And this is what we want to see being brought to the battlefield. Teams consistently looking to grind away with the efforts. And of course, as we move into that second page, this is where things are still pretty close for 9th to 15th place. But Triple Esports, they have to step up. They have to grind those points if they are looking to still be in contention moving into tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a constant push right up until the finish, up until to see who's going to be the top 6 teams taking the slots, the teams that are going to take the best share of the prize pool, and of course, moving on further up. So, just a shout out to our Arabic casters. They look fantastic, very spiffy. I like it. But of course, we've got plenty of opportunities for these teams still. 3 games today, 6 more tomorrow. 9 in total. If you can do quick math, I sometimes can't, but hey, let's look at it. I think it's a good opportunity for these teams to really showcase what they have been working on. It's just getting to that point where if they don't show it now, especially not today, tomorrow, oh, as you said, it's going to be rough to try and catch up and close those gaps.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen virtual gaming, 1 million esports and Cryptics starting to create a little bit of a separation from the rest of the lobby. But now it's still within the realm of possibility for all the teams sitting from that 4th place down to 15th position, right? To finish strong with one beautiful match to try and still hold a good position coming in to tomorrow, right? So they got 3 matches here today to just to blow us away with their performances. So really going to be looking forward to that. But of course, before we go anywhere, we have to give a big shout out going to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, of course, that means we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back afterwards with a little bit of that Sanhok action.
Unique going down the hilltop. Nice little headshot connects for Lelouch. He's going to instantly confirm that one. That's going to be their 3rd frag so far in this first game. Wicks heads up, spotted out for a split second. He does get it, Lelouch. That's huge. Go on the move. He needs to move away. Tries to flush it out. That's going to be elimination number 7. Maybe join up on his position. I'm surprised that they'll go for the wide break take west, but they want to go for the hard way.
On the side of Team Somalia, but Bamboo now getting caught on fire, getting bashed. Entry being set aflame. And down goes that.
Power, it was very fitting, but it was just not meant to be. Skirt. Unique waiting, might get spotted out though. not going to love it. And there you go. That's the end for Team Unique. They bite the dust out.
Zone Dragons, on the other hand, have to try and push on through. Up comes Zane, looking to close it out, and it is now down to Matrix.
With this trusty M4, the reverb is there. Spots out wasted, gets the instant knock. Can he confirm it? That should be it was just not meant for me for Krokus. AKM, their final play or stop is spotted away by Reverb. Good to see Reverb having himself one big step up today.
Welcome everyone, my name is Proxy, and today we have Tornado from Darkness joining us and ready to answer a couple of questions. So, first off, how are you feeling right now after the event has started?
صراحة بعد البداية لاحظنا تطورا ملحوظا في الفريق، خاصة أنه كانت أنها أول تجربة احترافية لنا بعد الPMC والPMNC.
Have there been any changes to your team compared to last year in terms of roster, in terms of strategy, whatever you want to bring up?
مقارنة بالعام الماضي لقد غيرنا الروستر بانتداب 3 لاعبين جدد وتغيير تحركات الفريق. حاليا نحن نلعب ك4 لاعبين كلهم فراغرية، يعني ليس هناك من يقود الفريق بالجيم، ولكن من ناحية المستوى أظن أننا في تطور ملحوظ، نظرا أنه بالعام الماضي لم نكن لنتواجد بالبرو ليج الإفريقي، ولكن بهذا العام نحن هنا لنشارك ولنحاول الظفر باللقب.
So, what kind of preparations did you go through before coming to PMPL Africa?
قبل بداية البطولة كنا نتدرب مع بعض، كنا نحاول تصعيد مستوى سينرجي الفريق، حيث التناغم بين أعضاء الفريق بما أنهم أعضاء جدد.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals Day 2. We're getting ready to move into our 4th match of the day. Now that means we've crossed over that halfway point, not only for today, but for this finals weekend. And of course, we are making our way right back up in towards Sanhok to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through as they make their way in on the plane, getting ready to jump down into their locations. And of course, now we're going to be waiting to see what that flight path is going to be bringing in alongside it.
We had a bit of a fun first Sanhok day for the game. But, well, game for the day. Wow, my brain. Anyway, moving on swiftly from that, I do think that we're going to see maybe a few changes coming through here. As we said, still going to be keeping an eye out there for Triple Esports, still going to be keeping an eye out for some of the teams sitting there towards the lower part of the standings, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. At least I can still count my directions, you know? Just great English there, just great English. But DK, the zone allowing a little bit of that trifecta to come on back into play. And, I mean, the Skittles back on Sanhok is just looking absolutely delectable.
Oh, delectable. Indeed it does. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of that Skittle back getting ripped open. And as we know, the Skittles we see, they will tend to converge, trying to get themselves back into the packet at some point. But where will that happen? We don't know. But at least for the time being, we can see the teams being rather respective of their positions. Aside from the Super Young Stars looking to challenge MG there over in towards Kampong. So this is going to be a little bit of a tough spot for MG now to get into. But of course, for the viewers watching, you too can get a hold of a little bit of the PMPL rewards. You can head over into the in-game esports event center to participate in the event and, you know, stand a chance to earn a few of these special items. There's also a little bit of that, you know, that lucky drop questions being dropped in the live chat over on the Africa YouTube side as well as Facebook. So be sure to head on over, answer the questions, and be sure to include your player ID alongside your answer. But of course, now we look to see what MG is going to be doing. So far, just lying outside, basking in the sun as Cronboy sends a beautiful nade across.
Wow, okay, no, that was perfect. You really couldn't have asked for something better. So unfortunately, you know, there's going to be a little bit of a reset coming through here for Blackjack as they do immediately lose one, but they can recover and continue. Losing at least one is not too devastating for the teams as we've seen in past performances. Looking at the rest of the map, though, once again, very similar approach coming through from Cryptics. They're that northern reach that they currently have, really making sure they're getting as much information as possible. Virtual Gaming pretty much left to their own devices there towards Paradise, and Triple Esports once again running that duo split on either side of those northern islands. So again, I'm going to be staring at them on the mini map, just waiting to see how it's going to be going to them. Yes, English is rough today. But the rest of the teams now, as you said, they're having those, at least for the time being, they're having the respect to not get involved with those early engagements unless, you know, a free elimination falls in your lap, as we saw with Super Young Stars. But there might have to be that little bit of a change up here for some of the teams. As we said, we might be seeing a bit more of a shift coming through. We're still seeing the focus on survivability, but there's been a little bit of early engagements just to spice things up.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of that potential coming through, particularly on a map the current size of Sanhok, right? There's not. It's going to be inevitable for teams to just tap away at each other, as we did see MG there from Blackjack. You know, finding themselves in a little bit of a compromising position. But meanwhile, the rest of the lobby, they're just going about their business. Of course, if we look onto the players here from Slime4KT, they've got Hatin all the way to themselves. They can go about their business, you know, hop around on the containers without a worry in the world. They are within the zone, so there's no pressure on them to get those rotations locked through. But of course, now still a little bit of pressure coming in here for Triple as they are looking to make their way on through. A little bit of a split up approach, but they are coming in alongside 1 million. And 1 million themselves also bringing in a bit of that 2-2 spread. So who knows? Maybe this could be an opportunity for Triple.
It definitely could be. It depends on if they're going to be able to, you know, really spot out the information, the players. sooner rather than later. So we'll see how that's going to work out for them. We can already see a little bit of a regroup coming through as 1 million have turned their attention there towards G3 Temper, making that rotation over from the northern side of Pi Nun. Zero Tolerance, of course, just very close to get involved. And Morteza from Umbra actually very close here to Paradise Resort. If that mini-map could zoom out, we would be able to see that. But trust me, I see it. They are there just getting a little bit of information for the time being. Umbra also very split up there towards that eastern side. Sort of similar to what we see Cryptics do towards the northern side. So a little bit interesting to see that coming through. I am curious to see if anyone else is going to adopt the sort of strategy that Cryptics has been employing, you know, really staying out there towards the edge of the zone and even maybe leaving one of their players in that blue zone to stay alive while they look for those eliminations. Would be curious to see it happen, but we'll have to wait and see. Now the migration towards the center of the zone, DK.
Yeah, the the never-ending migration, right? I was filtering for words, hence all the. But of course, yes. Now it's time for action once again. We see Darkness moving in behind G3. No surprise because both these teams drop relatively close to each other. Of course, Darkness not too far from Painan, just starting to push up the hill. But I guess what G3 is going to be doing with their position, whether or not they're going to be looking to hit down towards Bootcamp, where we see Triple and 1 million currently situated. And of course, already from Mar coming in with a little bit of a hit right down in towards the players there from 1 million. As we did see Dexter getting knocked on down. But where will this now go? Will we see that successful push coming through for Triple as they've been able to alleviate somewhat of the pressure, but still they've got 3 other players to go up against?
Dexter down. The rest of the team, as we said, has to look for that recovery. But of course, Triple Esports looking to get some early eliminations. This could absolutely bolster, you know, their standings if they can manage to get out relatively unscathed against a team like 1 million Esports, who we know are sitting very comfortably on the overall standings. So this could just be a bonus for them as Black Lost finds a nice line of sight there on towards Framar. AWAM is close to get that res popped off almost immediately, but there's no trigger coming through from the rest of 1 million Esports. They are pretty much very spread out to hold this contention, but a couple of shots being exchanged now thanks to Eflex as Knight slowly but surely makes their approach on towards Thor. AWAM from Mar now trying to regroup so that they can get the knocks or the reses coming on through. So Thor, unfortunately, a little bit far to try and get the res come through, and the confirmations can be taken. Thirst now ready in action. Thor prepping a nade is going to get caught out with their hands out in the open. And Knight now an opportunity here to take this further.
Yeah, let's see whether or not they are going to be looking to apply the last little bit of effort here. Of course, Triple, as we can see, down to 2. It is going to be Master and Thor. But definitely 1 million having a good response coming through on towards Triple's effort so far. But will this be enough, though? As we can see, Dexter only getting knocked out before, right? That res now being brought back up. So it is going to be a 4v3 in favor of 1 million. Scratch that, make that a 4v2 as Framar gets confirmed. And now Thor trying to play on the outside of the building here, trying to play along the walls. But up comes the rush. Will he get it? Yes, gets the first. Will he get the second? No! Knight lands the devastating blow. And with that, it is just so saddening to see Triple now being reduced down to only Master.
Yeah, look, we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. But Master's just going to have to disengage. There's just no point in getting involved right now. Virtual Gaming, on the other hand, finding Zero Tolerance. A little bit of a re-engagement coming through. Here's Petrox right up alongside Skydo. But one shot is going to be the remaining factor here as that confirmation comes on through. An immediate thirst as well. Nice bit of teamwork. And Zero Tolerance now needing to get some revenge here as the rest of the teams as well having to make their rotations in. So regroup coming through, the call being made for Zero Tolerance. In the meanwhile, Virtual Gaming just going to be celebrating that they've at least found 1 elimination. But I do like the disengagement coming through from Zero Tolerance, not, you know, heavily investing in that sort of revenge coming through so that they don't lose any more numbers than what is necessary. Rotations now being made. Again, Cryptics, the last team to try and get into the zone alongside Team Umbra. Maybe a little bit of a slower approach as well. But the rest of the teams really looking for some opportunities. Ooh, Intruder DK.
Yeah, coming flying through the map here, as we can see them now pushing up. Unique, G3, everyone just looking at them as they rotate on through, looking to find a good position to call home. I mean, even Unique coming in from that southern side, waiting to see if they could find a potential play. And I mean, that's a very brave move coming in from the side of Intruder. They didn't have any information. They just rushed on forward. Fortunately, it was relatively clear going straight on in. But now, Rauf paying the price there as the knock comes in. And this is where we could see a little bit of that uncomfortable pincer play now coming through, because we got Zero Tolerance to the north, we got G3 and Darkness to the west, and of course the players here from Unique moving in from that southern side. So this is quite a compromising angle actually for Intruder to move in. All they got to do now is try to defend that position from any shots coming in their direction. It is going to be quite challenging though.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, this is the action we've come to expect. 1 million riding off of the high of finding that success there towards Triple Esports, looking to point their crosses right towards Zero Tolerance as they make their approach. Plenty of the other teams as well looking for something to work with here as that central part of the zone looking absolutely stacked. Virtual Gaming now going to be the first ones to find that angle on towards Black Lost. And Lord, oh, a lot of pressure here to work with as the rotation comes back from 1 million, and it is so tempting. Plenty of information, and Eflex being caught out in the open, but a nice little bit of a response as they come through with the damage required. Lord looking now to unfortunately be on the back foot as Slime Fork AT gets set back.
Wow, yeah, it does seem like Pronto yeeted themselves off the bridge, and with that, it didn't really help for the defensive player. Storm was the last one to get traded off, and Cryptics now picking up a few of those eliminations. Meanwhile, it is going to be Zero Tolerance looking to apply the pressure now on towards 1 million. As you can see, Dexter once again getting knocked on down. You got Eflex and the rest of the squad now just trying to play the cover here. But of course, look at the spread coming through from Zero Tolerance. Lord even pushing up alongside Eflex. Now coming in to see if they can find those angles with that. Lord now gets traded. Eflex, Knight, Black Lost left to try and defend their honor right here up in towards Sanhok. 15 teams remain, 53 players still alive as we make our way at the end of the zone closure coming through now. But look at this, Hate and Vortex holding up behind the reach line there, just utilizing the bit of hard cover being provided by the rock. But of course, the same now coming through here from Black Lost as Knight and the rest of the players here from 1 million are looking for a potential angle to get themselves a little bit better situated. But they got to be careful because we've got Virtual Gaming just over on towards the eastern side. And now we see the players there from Cryptics all the way north looking to come rotating on through once again. But center zone, again, looking pretty jam-packed as we can see the teams holding up. And of course, that zone shift now moving further down south. And this is a beautiful setup now for Masters, Myth, and Blackjack, as well as Unique, who are very centralized in that zone.
Absolutely no rotation required for them just yet. The rest of the teams, on the other hand, looking to get in, and some potential gatekeeps can be set up here. Lusail also one of the teams to have one of those later rotations. Not as late as Cryptics. Cryptics is on a different sort of strategy, but we'll see how that's going to come through. Again, that northern band of the zone looking absolutely stacked as everyone has to look for some sort of cover, some sort of safety. It's going to be absolutely rough. Now, looking at some potential spots for contention, Zero Tolerance still in the thick of it as so many teams are surrounding their current position. Virtual Gaming 1-2 boots as well, with Umbra not far behind, as well as, of course, Intruder right up ahead of them. Masters and Blackjack as well, very, very close to one another. So going to be watching the feed to see if that's going to be starting anytime soon. And other than that, Master from Triple Esports, oh, it's going to be a tough rotation for them to try and stay alive.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of options here, really, for Masters to move through. I mean, they are kind of pinched in the compound with Blackjack providing, you know, a little bit of that pressure coming through from the eastern side. But, of course, Myth coming in from the west and up north. It is going to be Zero Tolerance and 1 million still fighting to get themselves out of this northern position. But still, Virtual Gaming continuing to just close that gap, right? Moving closer and closer to them. So it's only going to be a matter of time before these teams are then forced to make a decision whether or not they're going to try and stick around to continue with this engagement, or are they going to be looking to potentially reposition themselves elsewhere. I mean, speaking about repositionings, a lot of the teams continue to filter into the zone. I mean, Painan really heating up, but now 1 million and 0 tolerance, they have to make a decision here.
Yeah, no, a definite decision has to be made. But I mean, what information do they have to work with is going to be the question. Super Young Stars now finding Team Umbra, who are trying to make the rotation there towards Quarry. So a little bit of headbutting happening there. Of course, we can see an equal exchange for the time being. But so far, it's going to be quite a rough exchange indeed. As we know, they're the only two teams here situated towards Quarry, at least for now. But Virtual Gaming really not far off. Super Young Stars, hopefully to get that res onto Joker. Lashin should be able to get a medkit popped off, as we see. And now they can reset and turn their sights towards Umbra, who still have to recover their downed player. A couple of shots being exchanged. Lashin just trying to reposition here to get a better angle. A nice sort of regrouping happening from Team Umbra, where Super Young Stars a little bit more spread out, trying to find the angles here. But then that does mean that Umbra is very much in danger of one well-placed nade potentially doing quite a bit of damage. But for now, Super Young Stars providing distance. They don't want to get involved. They need to reset. They need that information. They're in zone with 15 other teams.
Yeah, they definitely are. And of course, now it is all going to come down to how they are able to defend their positions here. Umbra getting the races in, getting their teammates back into fighting form. But for how much longer will they be able to keep those numbers up as they now turn their attention on towards Virtual Gaming, who we saw just positioned up that hill. But now it is all down to how the positions are going to be played. Zeus is down, Bedrock's keeping a very watchful eye on Umbra, moving on through. Out comes the spray, Morteza just ducking and weaving as they continue to push further and further in towards the zone itself, looking now to make their way back into the safe area. But of course, looking at what we've got here, it is looking a little bit worrying. But still, Umbra could potentially find a way to get out of this. Virtual Gaming has to rotate past them if they are looking to get into the next zone. Of course, Shadowin quickly popping up into the pickup there, getting ready to continue their advances with that. Bedrocks gets traded as wasted, lands a beautiful blow, and that is going to be the opening now for Umbra to get themselves repositioned. Meanwhile, G3 and Unique fighting it out just northwest of the zone. As we can see, Unique looking pretty good, still sitting on all 4 of their players. Meanwhile, G3 has been reduced down to only Nacho. So a beautiful showing coming through on the previous map there for the players of G3. But this time around, things looking pretty tough, as we can see. Nacho, we know, being a very capable player, being able to pop off when need be, is going to really be put to the test here. But also, we move over on towards players here from Myth and Darkness, fighting over towards Painan. And with that, Myth just sweep the floor clean with the players of Darkness. But now, the next opportunity presents itself. Now, they can focus their efforts on towards the players from Lusail, who we see on the opposite end, who's also now starting to just tap away in their direction as well. But unfortunately, it is going to be the end of the road for G3, as we see in that feed. Nacho getting traded off as 1 million just came on pushing forward. And of course, now 1 million getting tapped at as the players here from Unique and Intruder rotate up alongside them.
Rotations have to be made of quite a few more teams out in the blue zone, as we can see here of the graphics on your screens. It's Cryptics, it's Intruders, Virtual Gaming, 1 million, Triple Esports, of course, with the last remaining hopeful, as the teams are desperately trying to find some sort of safe pathing into the zone. But Virtual Gaming popping off in the feed, finding hit after hit, elimination potentially after elimination. And now the play zone really being the MVP for some of these straggling teams. Unique now still making their rotation in, keeping their sights on towards both Intruders and Virtual Gaming, who are right alongside each other. They're tunnel visioned on each other, but they have to be worried about those flanking positions from both Unique and Myth, who are just close and capable, at least for now, to maybe rotate and get involved. But Hemo in zone, last remaining hopeful here for Intruders, has to deal with both. Wow, both Unique, both Blackjack now, and both potentially a few other teams. So, I mean, the rotations are going to be absolutely devastating here for some of these teams. Umbra with 3 eliminations to their name, finding Super Young Stars. Oh, nades being cooked, nades being sent. Barely making the connection.
Oh, but look at that. Grand Boy sending the nade back onto his teammates, having a little bit of an awkward
Good
bounce
morning.
there. But it happens, you know, it happens to all of us. But here we go now. Umbra getting ready to continue their efforts to get themselves back up in towards the zone. Meanwhile, Super Young Stars just hunkering down in the compound. But this could be a little bit of an opportunity now as we do see Morteza getting traded off. There we go. Beautiful hits coming in. But now Super Young Stars have to push for zone. Meanwhile, it is going to be Masters now receiving the players here from Lusail, who we saw moving across that waterway. Blackjack, meanwhile, will get traded off and down to 10 teams we go. Triple Esports also making their way on back. And now Lusail looking to hammer away at Myth, who's also pushing up. And oh, this is such an interesting position to see Masters now, as they could just look to hunker down and defend these angles. But of course, we know Myth already playing a very devastating game coming in here. Already 4 eliminations to their name, but both Broly and Momin are down. The nades are now continuing to fly in the direction of Lusail, but still Masters Esports can bring in quite a devastating blow as well. Meanwhile, 1 million will be making their way back into the lobby as the blue zone, wow, this rips right through them. We also see Intruder getting taken down by the zone, as well as Super Young Stars also now meeting their end. Umbra not looking too great, down to Shadowin, left to try and push through the zone. But of course, the zone itself does not see any team currently positioned in it. Everyone's still now playing the edges, with Myth numbers starting to dwindle. Lusail on 3 players. A good number moving into this phase, but will they be able to find these angles now onto the players here from Masters?
Oh, it's rough for Virtual Gaming and Umbra, who are out in the zone, even Myth. But of course, Cryptics, they still have their sort of last possible investment if it comes down to it. They've got 1 member in zone to try and keep themselves alive for those placements. Now, Masters pressured up as Lusail comes on through with an absolute barrage of lead and ammo thrown right towards their faces. That nade could be absolutely huge. If it makes the connection, Lusail take quite a bit of damage here. Salam is down. Watson trying to reset and get back into the action as Angelo, or better known as Bangelo, thanks to DK, is coming on through with a potential rotation, not before finding some crosshairs that they did not want to find. Sin now, last remaining hopeful here for an unfortunate team of Masters Esports now being left in the zone as rotations are being made, and Sin might just have to sit and heal it off as Myth is coming through with the cleanup.
Wow, Broly just cleaning it up. Beautiful shot coming through. But now, Myth looking absolutely fantastic. Cryptics also looking pretty golden as they are down to 3 players. Of course, we can see Marshall and Carryboy currently in zone. But with that, a beautiful off-angle play now as Sin comes sneaking on in. But with that, quickly gets dealt with. And it is going to be the end for Masters. It is, of course, now Cryptics down to 2, as we can see. Carryboy and Marshall holding in. We got a Shadow in there from Umbra, just riding it out in the blue zone, trying to get themselves into that second position. Of course, now it is Ramsey cooking up the nade, trying to see if they can reach across into the side of Gary Boy and Marshall. You can see Broly, Ramsey holding up the fort. Farok on the opposite end, just a little bit further up north. Going to be trying to get that wrap around approach, trying to come in behind Cryptics. But let's see whether or not they'll be successful in their efforts. Of course, now Carryboy inching their way a little bit closer, trying to get right up alongside Ramsey. So it is a serious case of cat and mouse here. But of course, Myth sitting on 10 eliminations, bringing in great effort so far. Cryptics also on 10, but with that, Shadowwind strikes down onto Ramsey. Off they go. Beautiful execution as Umbra now gets sent back into the lobby. It is going to be a 2v2 push to the finish right here on Sanhok. It is going to be Marshall, Carryboy. Oh! Carryboy now, the last hopeful there, as Broly sends out an absolute devastating nade. Farok also getting down, and Carryboy up against what is left of Myth. It is going to be Broly versus Carryboy, and with that, Broly picks it up. Myth walk away with the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely beautiful execution coming through, and that, of course, being Myth's first winner chicken dinner right here in the finals.
I'm never going to get tired of saying this, but once again, we have another team heading up that winner chicken dinner. We have another team taking that first place on a particular map. I just love it. I love that we're constantly changing it up and seeing a few more names popping up in those top fives or top fours. And those were crazy, crazy rotations they're coming through in those last phases of Sanhok. I mean, teams literally running and gunning into the zone against multiple teams in front of them. So crazy, crazy action coming through for our last Sanhok of the day, our second and our last Sanhok of the day. But it's crazy to see how, once again, different team, different name, different top five, and there are some consistencies coming through, like Cryptics, as we know. I think the strategy on Sanhok is pretty much set and done. We know what it is at this point in time, but a few more teams looking to sort of lay the foundation, get some concrete placement points, which is fantastic to see.
I mean, that was just beautiful from Myth to see them taking that winner chicken dinner. But I also got to commend Shadowin for coming in with such a beautiful play right there at the end. I mean, yes, being positioned out in the blue, but still having a bit of a height advantage, right? Just looking down, spotting the players down below, just laying it out over on towards Ramsey. And with that, opening up a beautiful opportunity. But strangely enough, Myth were able to bounce back from that, having the board now even, 2 versus 2, moving into that final zone. But of course, both teams then sending out those nades. It was just almost to perfection. So well executed by both Cryptics and Myth. But of course, at the end of the day, we did see those devastating sprays coming through. And of course, the winner chicken dinner going over to the players there from Team Myth. So once again, a huge congratulations going out there to the Team Myth. But of course, we have a few of the highlights from the insanity we saw over on Sanhok as well, just to remind the viewers of what we had happening. And I mean, so far, again, a very, very satisfying Sanhok coming through. Beautiful way to wrap up Sanhok here for today. And of course, we still have 2 more left to go. So Ez, what are you expecting to see for the rest of the day, though?
Us unable to predict the winner, that's definitely going to be the case for the rest of the weekend. Unfortunately, these teams, or actually fortunately, these teams are just absolutely jam-packed with their talents, and they are ready to show us a little bit more of what they're capable of. But speaking of showing us, let's take a look at those highlights that DK were just prepping up for us.
Oh, great to see those chickens coming through there, of course. Myth just with the runaway play there. So great to see that coming in. But of course, now, speaking about runaway, we got to look at our match rankings to see how many points these teams were able to run out of the jungle with. And of course, it is going to be Team Myth sitting on 27 with 12 eliminations coming into their name. Of course, Cryptics picking up 10 eliminations alongside their second position, coming in there with a total of 22. And then, of course, Team Umbra, Shadowin, just managing to steal that final elimination to push it up to 6. And, of course, they walk away with 16 points in total.
Ooh, nice little bit of spread of points as we look at it. Again, the consistency coming through from a team like Cryptics, that does mean that they are consistently placing themselves in the top spots on the overall ranking. So even though they're not getting winner chicken dinners, they're getting consistent points. And I mean, 22 versus 27, it's a marginal difference. And the fact that they have stayed consistent is going to be huge. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Triple Esports once again picking up 1 point. So I still want to see a bit more coming through from them. And unfortunately, we had a couple of bubbles being shared between G3 Temper, Darkness, and Slime4 KT. They had a bit of a tough time coming through into this last Sanhok of the day. But we'll see what Miramar and Erangel will hold for them. Virtual Gaming, Cryptics, both on triple digits now.
Yeah, of course, Cryptics just 1 single point behind Virtual Gaming. 1 elimination away from sitting on par with Virtual Gaming. So beautiful to see that coming through. And of course, great consistency being shown by Cryptics here once again. Of course, 1 million just now down into third place. We can see they're on 97, just 3 points away from joining them up in the triple-digit club. Of course, Team Myth looking pretty fantastic right there as well. And then we also see the players there from Team Umbra sitting all the way up and towards that 8th place. So, again, some very satisfying performances coming through here from the teams. Team Umbra taking that leap from 14th all the way up and towards 8th place. As we look over on the second page, we can see the players here from Team Unique currently sitting up in 9th, and they've been able to maintain their current position. G3, of course, now getting moved down a slight tad bit, as we did see them finishing off on that bubble, the unfortunate bubble, but it is still very much neck in neck all the way down to where Darkness is currently situated.
Yeah, and then it's 3 points difference there towards Triple Esports, who need to make a bit of a change coming through into the next couple of games. But we'll see. There's plenty of opportunities. We've got 2 more maps for today, 6 more for tomorrow. We'll see how those are going to change. I do think there is a bit of room maybe to reset some of the positions we at least have for these teams, and definitely still some crazy shifts that could happen. Those top 8s, at least the top, I guess, 3, are looking a little bit more consistent for me. But I think we've got a very interesting set of games up ahead of us.
Yeah, we definitely do. And of course, we also got to give a lot of love going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, speaking about exciting matches, we still have 2 more to go. 1 Erangel and 1 Miramar. Next up, of course, we are going to be heading straight into Miramar for a little bit of that desert action. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. It is, of course, day 2. We're getting ready to roll into our second Miramar of the day. Looking to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield and who's going to be the team to step right on up and bring us some insanity as we get ready to move into the ever lovely desert right here. Of course, we are making our way all the way from El Pozo over on that western side right across to Impala on the far eastern side. So definitely a rather satisfying flight path coming in, allowing the teams a lot of access to their usual drop locations. But now this time around, we're going to wait and see where the zone is going to be going, right? We didn't have a crazy eastern shift so far today. Maybe that is still on the table somewhere. Who knows? It could go either which way. But of course, we'd love to hear from the viewers. Let us know on social media what you guys think is going to be happening in this match. Who do you think will be the team to walk away with that winner chicken dinner? You can let us know on Facebook and Instagram. Of course, look for the PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa pages. You can also just let us know in chat. That's also an option. We'd love to hear what your predictions are for this match.
Absolutely. And of course, we're going to wait and see if that zone is going to be mean once again, because it was absolutely crazy the last time we saw Miramar. So let's take a look. This time around, of course, plenty of opportunity for teams to get into their favorite spots. So no alternative drop sites just yet required. And to the north, it seems we will be going. So Oasis is actually in contention this time around, which might be a little bit of a fun change. We had already a bit of a spoiled Sanhok. Well, not spoiled, it was a great spoil for me because we had Cave. Maybe Oasis might be the option this time around. Rest of the teams, though, taking some rotations. It does seem like we have some potential fun times there with Blackjack, and a few of the other teams making their rotations as well, but the rest looking pretty safe, at least for now.
Yeah, does look pretty safe, at least for now. But again, a nice little shift. We did see this northern shift yesterday as well, right? With that whole kind of Oasis play being an option all the way up towards that northern side. But now this is where we get to see what the teams are going to be doing, right? Will we see a very similar kind of approach coming through, or are the teams going to be looking to change it up? Again, Zero Tolerance having a very comfortable position all the way over in towards the ruins that we see up in towards that northwestern side of the zone. But I mean, we have Umbra looking to get a little bit more mobilized right here alongside the players from PMPL Esports, of course, who are currently occupying the lovely Picado. But, you know, not a lot of contention really for these locations that we see. And I got to say I like that because it is a healthy approach. And that means only one thing, that it is going to be absolutely insane when we get into those later few phases, as the teams seem to be pretty persistent, right? They don't want to be the first one to get sent back into the lobby. And so far, they've been quite adamant to stay on this match and map as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, that has been the theme for this weekend, survivability right up until the end when you don't really have the choice. So we'll see how that's going to come through. I do hope that PMPL Esports just stay out of the line of sight of Team Umbra. Don't get involved just yet. We know we need them to pick up some serious points. So hopefully they can make it happen. But of course, looking at the rest of the teams, a little bit of fun opportunities here for both Intruders and Blackjack as well, who are similarly pretty close, like we saw with Triple and Umbra. We'll see if that's still going to be the case with these migrations now heading towards the center part of the zone. Cryptics, of course, finding their favorite southern side parts of Miramar. Going to be able to just do a little bit of exploring, maybe pull up right behind Virtual Gaming. So those could be some fun rotations to come on through. But DK, where are you looking for this zone shift to actually go towards?
Wow, yes, that is a very interesting question.
What would you like to see?
I would say the west, right? Because the west is best, just because it rhymes, and we also have, you know, quite a few mountain ranges up in towards that western side of where the zone currently finds itself. So I do think it could be a healthy challenge coming through for the teams, but also now looking at it, I do realize that is pretty much where the previous zone finished, the previous map. But it's fine, you know, a little bit of deja vu never did anyone any wrong, I guess, at least for now, right?
We'll see. But look, there is even, you know, crazier fields involved there towards the western side of the zone, so it could be a little bit crazy. Would be fun. Would be fun. We'll see how the teams maybe react this time around. And if they do get a bit of deja vu, well, let's see if they do it better this time around. That's going to be the question. I mean, looking towards that center part of the zone, once again, we can see quite a few teams moving on through. G3 Temper, Unique, and of course 1 Million Esports quite close to one another. Will be a fun little change up, as we can see. Maybe if some early engagements. As we said, I'm still waiting to see if we're going to see a huge change in dynamic here. But Phantom, once again, just laying low, hoping that G3 Temper are not going to sniff them out.
Yeah, definitely going to play the quiet game here, because they don't want to get sent back. Already Unique, you know, they're looking relatively good on that leaderboard. You know, they're currently sitting on 69 points, and now it could be 70. Oh! Phantom coming in with a double whammy right there. Of course, next up is going to be Nacho, looking to rush up right behind our friend here. But, oh, Phantom gets ghosted. Down they go, but Sly coming in with a quick response. Will this now be the end, as Buden also starts to move on forward? Unique already finding that first confirmation. That is 1 point. That is what we want to see now. They're just going to look to pile them in. Of course, now Scope is going to be looking to contest right here. Slike also looking to rotate up. Buden frantically trying to get that res pulled in, and up comes the pressure now, as we can see Chills and Scope coming through with the hits. The first bit of action landing on towards Buden, but with that, oh, Six tries to get in the vehicle. It's not going to be enough, as Slike sends in a nade, and now Buden getting caught in a very uncomfortable position. The nades flying through, and with that, it is the end of the road. G3 getting eliminated first. What is going on?
Phantom, listen, just absolutely my applause to you. That was insane. Picking up those two, and then just a beautiful rotation from Team Unique. I kind of love to see it, and I kind of don't love to see it, because that means G3 Temper is back in the lobby. I have mixed feelings, but we'll see how the rest of this Miramar is going to go, with the G3 Temper going out first on Miramar. That is a weird sentence, DK. Oh, I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, it feels weird in my mouth when I say stuff like that. But, you know, we can't argue. It happened. It's there. It's, you know, it's live out there. It's just, it's the way the cookie crumbles, right? C'est la vie. It happens. It's unfortunate, but, you know, we got to deal with it and move on. We still have 15 teams still to kind of show us what they've got. And, you know, who's going to be the team to walk away with that lovely winner chicken dinner right here over on the desert. And, of course, as we look down south, it is going to be Blackjack and Intruder. Ooh, look at that. Rauf hammering down, finding the devastation, and almost getting the confirmation into MG. Fortunately, Lelouch comes in with a spray and pray there, just taking aim now, trying to see if they could fend off the Intruder team while they try to get those reses back on through. But a beautiful approach coming in from Rauf. But no, this is where Blackjack needs to be relatively quick in their response, right? They need to get that res and just get the heck out of Dodge.
Absolutely. And I mean, for Intruders here, I'm not sure if they're going to actually take this full investment into, you know, this this fight here between them and Blackjack, because Hemo and, of course, Omar actually quite split up from the rest of the team. They're still in zone, making their rotation in, so if they do take it, it might be a duo v the rest of Blackjack, but we'll see how it's going to turn out. Might be a bit of a disengagement coming through now as the rest of the teams making their way into zone. Cryptics, once again, no surprise, out in the blue zone, making a bit of a longer rotation, nice and safely, right alongside, of course, Virtual Gaming, though. So that's going to be interesting to see. We'll see how those turns come through. The rest of the teams, of course, center zone, no surprise. Now the next shift comes on through, and we look once again towards, well, the center. Nothing too crazy just yet. Miramar is behaving, at least for the time being.
Yeah, right. I think we've got different definitions as to what it means when we say Miramar is behaving. But of course, well, Darkness and the players there from Slime4KT finding themselves in a little bit of a position up in towards that northeastern side. Meanwhile, Myth is going to be rolling on through, as we can see them now just heading into the side here of San Martin. But up comes the Super Young Stars, also now just looking to rotate a little bit further on towards that more northern side. And still, like, the zone in a good position, right? Not as far west as I would have hoped, but it's fine. I'm happy with where it chose to go this time around. And, of course, now Slime going to be ready to welcome the players here from Darkness in towards this eastern side of the zone. Ideally, we'd like to see both teams continue on their rotational path, but it does seem like Slime is going to be looking to get themselves at least a little bit more set up in towards this northeastern edge. We do have the blaze from Lusail, also not too far away from them, as well as 1 million. But Darkness, they're smoking, right, Manuel? And this is not the good kind of smoking. This is you probably shouldn't be doing that kind of smoking.
Yeah, there's some funny noises coming from that engine, so might just want to stop and check it out. We do know the vehicle physics in PUBG Mobile are not quite the same. I even confirmed it last weekend. I also got myself stuck, but I at least confirmed that the physics don't match. Okay, Decab, I had a scientific investigation, but we'll see. Cryptics now taking a bit of a rotation right behind Virtual Gaming. So I said it might be interesting depending on how they take those rotations. And what's turned out to be the case is Virtual Gaming have pulled up right in front of the line of sight the Cryptics have. So right behind each other they go, but of course Cryptics taking it nice and slow into the zone so they're not full on rushing, sending it and straight into a fight here with Virtual Gaming towards Power Grid. So we'll see how that's going to end up, but they might have some great information. I'm not too sure if Virtual Gaming have the same. But rest of the teams making rotation in. Intruders and Blackjack a little bit slower, but they will be able to make it well within that time. Not going to get ticked away by the zone. And again, Central Band is looking crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a thing for these teams. But now another thing that we see happening here is going to be Zero Tolerance and the Super Young Stars. Now look at this, a 2-2 split coming in from Super Young Stars. It's paying off beautifully as we can see Vortex now getting traded. Skydo trying to just alleviate a little bit of that pressure coming in from the side. But look at this, Super Young Stars not going to be waiting around outside. They are going to come pushing on forward. Joker right there on the front line. Lashin getting down as Hates comes in, but down goes Hates as Cronboy sends in a beautiful nade. Such a fair trade-off coming in between both these teams. Now it is up to Lord and Skydo to try and keep it all together as the Super Young Stars continue to apply the pressure. Only one player knocked now on Super Young Stars, but they got to act quickly because we can see Broly from Myth also looking to rotate up in this direction. Chala just on the opposite end of this wall. Skydo looking right at them. If only they knew. If only they could see what we see. And up comes the rush, and with that, down goes the Chala. Up comes the next taker, and of course, Joker lands the blow on Skydo. And with that, it is all down to Lord to try and make a play here. Is Lord going to try and fight it out, or maybe look to get away?
Get out of Dodge, as you like to say. But of course, we know, I mean, a 1v4... Hey, whoa. A 1v4 is not going to be easy, but of course, Myth might have something to say about that, as just a couple of shots are thrown in the back there of Super Young Stars, giving Lord an opportunity to get out of the danger, at least for now, because they are making a bit of a beeline there towards 1 million, but we'll see. Triple Esports finding themselves right pretty much close to center zone, and Umbra now being... Maybe thrown into a little bit of a dangerous situation thanks to Intruder have pulled up and are looking to get some eliminations here.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of pressure coming in on Umbra. They have to now try and find a way to get out of that situation. As we can see, the shots now continue to fly on through. It is going to be Triple looking to contest Unique potentially for their position. Again, Triple pushing into that smack dab center zone for reasons unbeknownst to me, but either way, Fromar does have a lovely bolty in hand, so we could see some devastation being dealt with that. Of course, now it is going to be the players here from Masters who face the other half of Myth. You can see Ramsey also now just trying to hammer away into this building, but fortunately, those walls are relatively bulletproof, so it's not going to be a successful push coming through from Ramsey. But we do see now Myth focusing their efforts rather down towards the side here of where we have Masters instead of, continuing to apply the pressure further up north.
Sin just looking down the barrel there of Ramsey. Quite a bit of a brave sight, if you ask me, but we'll see what's going to come from it. Of course, Masters, they still got their full squad. Same can be said here for Myth, but Myth not as close as they would want going up against the entirety of Masters, which is definitely a great potential opportunity. As well as we have to consider Virtual Gaming now has an opportunity to actually pull up right into this area. And if they choose to just beeline it, they could find themselves pretty much in the middle of the duo split here of Myth, which would be very difficult for Myth to try and deal with, as they will unfortunately have their backs in between a rock and a hard place. Now, Cryptics, they've made their rotation up, they've avoided virtual gaming, and they've pulled up right alongside Team Umbra, who are now lying in wait, waiting for the rotations to be made. They need information. You can see Senke just spotting out a couple of players there, trying to get into zone. Triple Esports as well, laying low. So yes, they're in center zone, but hopefully they can keep quiet. Marshall taking a bit of a beeline there towards PRZ. Great information, but again, the split here for Cryptics could be devastating.
It could definitely be quite devastating for them, but out comes the spray now. Marshall not having that element anymore, but now takes aim on towards Wasted and Shadowin. PRZ quickly just getting out of that vehicle as well. Unfortunately for Shadowin and Wasted, they were also to get themselves out of that vehicle before it blew up right alongside them. Now is going to be the opportunity for Umbra to try and make a little bit of a stand, but Senke coming in with those hits right on towards Wasted and Shadowin as they feel the pressure. But look at this quick reposition. PRZ now left to try and just quickly pick up the pieces here, but this is going to be a beautiful rush coming through from Cryptics once again. They've set their eyes on Umbra, and that is exactly where they are going to be going. PRZ, ooh, facing quite a bit of a challenge. Up comes Marshall, fishing for those hit markers. Down goes Marshall. PRZ with a beautiful hit. That's what we love to see. Now, all PRZ needs to do is just repeat that 3 more times, and then we could see Umbra making their way out of this engagement. But a beautiful push coming through from Cryptics. And I mean, I do expect this to be possibly the end of the road for Umbra. Unless, of course, PRZ is looking to surprise the living heck out of us right here. But those nades continue to fly on in. Triple Esports also could be quite a bit of a threat here to PRZ's position. But Carryboy can't get a clear line of sight, as we can see Carryboy frantically searching for that angle. Another nade getting sent across. Oh, Lazy Boy running straight up into that one. Let's see, PRZ sends out another one. Will it find the bounce? Not yet, just a little bit short. But Senke now looking to reposition that vehicle, just pulling through the opposite end of that smoke. And Cryptics now either going to come rushing forward or they're going to try and flank around. It does seem like they could maybe just be looking to bring in a quick reposition. But of course, we got Intruder also now on the receiving end there, as well as Virtual Gaming. And that is a beautiful saving grace coming through for PRZ.
Yeah, you got to keep your head on a swivel. There's plenty of teams here to work with, and exactly to be factual, it's 15 teams that you have to worry about, all looking for their space in this very, very tiny zone that is surely getting closer. Okay, but speaking about getting closer, Plaza just right up against Lord. Lord, trigger discipline. Oh my goodness, is going to come through and not have to do a thing, because Lashin is going to find the angle. So for now, zero tolerance. Or at least Lord is just hiding, just beautifully. Hide and seek champion.
The word to say here is, oh my lord, right? Because that is what we saw right there. Lord just bringing it in like it ain't nobody's business, right? Just showing us what trigger discipline is supposed to be, even though the player's standing smack dab in front of you.
Temptation.
You don't take a single hit. Of course, now Cryptics getting reduced down to potentially 1. Yep, indeed, it is going to be 1. As Senke is now the last remaining hopeful. Omar is finding a beautiful nade right into the side of Cryptics. But of course, looking at that southern side, it is going to be a little bit of a crazy play. But who will now be able to bring that one home? Of course, Senke now getting caught up in the bathroom there. Lord still just waiting patiently. I mean, I'm pretty sure when Slime4KT do the VOD review of this current feed, right, they are probably going to kick themselves, as they have no idea how close Lord is to them. But meanwhile, it is going to be Storm focusing on towards the side here of 1 million. Beautiful off-angle approaches coming through, and Storm now just looking to clear it up all the way on through. Blue Zone starting to make its way on in. Dexter is going to be the last hopeful now for 1 million. Could this be a clean swipe? Oh, Pronto looking right at him.
Please.
What?
Please, just do something. Lord coming on through is going to find Slime4KT. Pronto is going to be going down for not making a move. I don't know what the POV is coming through from that one, but Plaza is quick to retaliate. So, oh my god, I don't like that. Oh no, I don't like that.
I don't know, like that was like, Storm, Slime4KT, what? Please. that was interesting. But of course, now as we continue forward, Pronto, yeah, Maybe his screen was a bit dirty. Let's go with that one, right? That's the answer for now.
Yeah,
We'll stick
yes.
to that one. But of course, Aimer now getting caught out as well. And we can see Lusail now making their advances, looking to rotate back up into zone. Meanwhile, Triple Esports gets sent on back, as we can see Intruder now stopping them right there in their tracks. Of course, we did see a knock coming through. At least Hemo getting knocked down, but unfortunately not a confirmation for Triple Esports as they now walk away with 1 point under their belt. Meanwhile, it is going to be Lusail Salam just havering it down on towards MG as the confirmation comes through. But yeah, Blackjack still having one player in this match, and it is going to be a very quiet approach coming through from the side of Blackjack, at least for the remainder of this match. But now look at this darkness moment, trying to come in with a spray down. It is going to be Lusail looking to rush on forward, and also a little bit of that super young star action coming in. Team Umbra getting eliminated as a PRZ gets traded on down. And up comes those repositions now. Super Young Stars looking to push in over from that eastern side, northeast. But they got quite a few teams still positioned up ahead of them. Meanwhile, it is going to be Myth and Darkness fighting to the finish. As we can see, Tornado also now getting on down. But let's see what Moment will do. Moment, of course, all the way up towards that far northern side of the zone. So, yeah, Darkness still in a position to continue the fighting. As we can see, Moment now hammering down on Boyka. Salam is going to be the next potential target here. Quick vehicle explosion just to, you know, flex a little bit there. So well played by Moment. But now it is going to be a risky rush. Salam also has to try and make that trek back into zone.
Yeah, with the, what did you call it? The fastest vehicle in the game?
Yes.
Yes, the fastest, absolutely. The speediest of speeds. But of course, Unique now finding Masters Esports Band, throwing a little bit of a welcoming nade towards Scope. Not going to be making that connection just for the time being. Slyke is knocked, so Unique have to do a little bit of recovery here if they want to take on Masters with their full force of numbers, of course. Going to come through now, potentially with a little bit of a re-engagement. Masters making sure that there is plenty of utility for Unique to just maybe throw their faces into it. But of course, Slimefall KT now being confirmed going out in 11th position. So yes, placement points are up for grabs, but again, that zone shifting up and favoring Myth, meaning the rest of the teams need to finish off the engagements and prioritize rotations, because it's going to be absolutely chaotic with 10 teams still in contention for something coming through on this last Miramar of the day.
Yeah, and by something, it could be literally anything. Of course, now it is going to be Unique looking to not only get themselves into zone, but also they got to get away from Masters Esports, who is kind of sharing the space with them. Masters still sitting on all 4 players. Unique now just, you know, testing the waters here, as we can see Ilias looking to move in, but there we go. Ilias picking up Phantom. Now it is Chills looking to rotate up and avenge his potential teammate, but let's see whether or not they'll be able to get the job done. Blue Zone is, of course, now also closing on through. Those nades getting deployed once again. Up comes Angelo. Will they get the confirmation? Oh,
1, 2,
yes,
3.
indeed. Down they go. Unique getting it deleted right there. Of course, now Ban and Bangelo making their rotation, and once again, off they go. Cryptics also making their way back into the lobby. Final 6 teams. Blackjack also getting eliminated. And now we look to see who's going to be picking up that final few plays. Of course, we see Moment from Darkness holding up in towards the north. Myth now trying to defend their southern position, while Intruder comes rotating up in towards the zone. It is going to be a shock and awe approach, but Hemo gets taken on down as Farouk steps up with a beautiful hit. Raouf Weiss, the final 2 remaining hopefuls now for the side here of Intruder. Of course, players there from Masters looking absolutely golden with all 4 players still up. Down goes the hits from Farouk, but Farouk now getting caught on fire. Raouf also down, and it is now up to Weiss to keep it all together. Down goes Farouk as yet another hit comes through. Alpha Luigi from Virtual Gaming displaying an absolutely devastating angle, but I mean, Weiss doesn't even seem to be too phased as they are lit on fire. And with that, Masters come in for the confirmation. Intruder getting sent right on back, and oh, look at this. Masters Virtual still sitting on full squads.
Oh, Myth now looking in a little bit of a spot of trouble, because with Masters, they've pushed on through. Virtual Gaming, they're just right behind them, looking for a little bit of a third-party action there towards either Myth or Masters Esports. I mean, either will do. But then that zone shifting up and not really favoring anyone just yet. Maybe closest team might be Myth and Masters. But again, you have to choose your moments wisely here. We've got 5 teams left and everyone is out for the pickings here. As we can see, Ilias finding Petrox, Zeus right up ahead of them. Have to be careful here with that angle because we don't know where the rest of the teams are lurking, looking for those shots.
Oh, but of course, we do see our 2 stragglers just holding off on those far edges. And I mean, aside from Moment being on the edge of zone, there's no other team really having a secured angle just yet. But of course, now it is going to be Virtual Gaming looking to come rushing on forward. Masters looking to welcome them in as they do have a potential setup, but every team now just trying to inch their way a little bit by bit in towards that zone. Moment, of course, does get traded on down, as we can see there for the side of Myth. But now what will happen as the teams continue to push on forward? It is going to be the end of the road for Lusail. And now 4 teams left to fight it out. It is going to be the full squad still from Virtual and the Masters Esports looking to get a bit of a dominating angle, but Sin gets traded, banned. Super low on health. Petrox continue to rotate around, but let's see whether or not Darkness Moment will be able to get anything done as there's a few potential players right up ahead of them. And now Petrox also just scanning the vicinity. Ilias quickly trying to get that health bar a little bit adjusted, and now this boost getting popped. Angelo picks up Myth Moment. But Farok also right up ahead. Down goes Darkness Moment as the hits continue to fly on through. Of course, now it is going to be our final 3 teams. Myth down on 1. The Masters down to also potentially 2 players. But let's see whether or not this will pan out. Virtual Gaming looks like they've got this one in the bag potentially. Could this be their 3rd winner chicken dinner right here in the finals?
Oh, definitely a couple of questions being asked here. Some nades being thrown from Alpha Luigi. But Myth, they've got their moment back up and running. So now needing to reposition, finding an angle. But oh, Masters are ready for this one.
Oh, look at this. Up they come. Zeus thundering down the hill. And with that,
Farok.
Masters gets sent back. Farok getting caught right here in the compound, in the blue zone, trying to heal, but unfortunately, blue zone knows best, and it is time to make your way back into the lobby. Virtual Gaming going to be picking up their 3rd winner chicken dinner, and with that, quite a few beautiful eliminations as well, sitting on 8th, coming in alongside that chicken dinner. So what a beautiful push that is. Their 3rd winner chicken dinner right here in the finals.
I do have to say the story that we have to focus on for Virtual Gaming is they didn't make that first Super Weekend. They had to come back from the 2nd Super Weekend, catch up the gap that they missed out on, and then keep fighting right up until the end to just get into finals firstly. And now they're going to be the first team to pick up some huge winner chicken dinners and some amazing consistent points on that overall rankings in our final weekend. I mean, that is an absolute beautiful story. And again, it's great to see that we're still seeing a little bit of that contention for those top spots. We're still seeing, many of the teams sort of reassessing, readjusting, and constantly changing our perception of who's going to be taking either map. If it's going to be Miramar, it's going to be Erangel, whatever it's going to be, we don't know. Again, please, viewers, if you guys can help us, give us some predictions because we generally do not know at this point with the performances that these teams are giving us.
I mean, definitely got to say, Virtual Gaming just, playing such a beautiful game. They've just been so heavy hitting. I mean, yesterday picking up 2 winner chicken dinners. Today picking up yet another one, right? Where are they going to stop? I mean, they are just popping off, and it is so great to see such a strong effort being put in by the players here coming through from the side of Virtual Gaming. I gotta love it, but I mean, yeah, it is such a fantastic role that we see them on. But also then, the players there from Masters Esports, right? They also held themselves so strong, making a push all the way into the very late stages of that game. But also then, poor old Farok there from Myth. Again, Myth putting in strong efforts, and I'm liking what these teams are bringing to the table, constantly looking to change things up. And again, as I said before, right, we are at the point where it's not only our stat book that we want to throw out the window, but also the table, because, I mean, no matter what we say, the teams are constantly going to be looking to just keep on surprising us. And I mean, it is so beautiful to have that happen.
Look, my table's pretty heavy. I think I tried that last week. It didn't quite work. But hey, let's take a look and just remind ourselves about the action that happened on that Miramar with some of the amazing highlights.
Definitely seeing the players there from Virtual Gaming just being absolutely on fire, moving into such dominating numbers into that last few zones. It is so great to see them come through. And of course, as we know, they also were able to pick up a few eliminations, not exactly getting into double digits, but still a strong effort, landing the necessary blows where they had to. And of course, now we look into the match rankings. We can see Virtual Gaming finishing on 23 points, Team Myth coming in with 19, and of course Master Esports coming in with 17. But also we see Intruder picking up 12 points there with their 8 eliminations.
Hey, making statements. That's what we want to see. And again, consistency, it's going to be the word that everyone's going to get sick of, but that is what we need to see from these teams. And hey, shout out to Lord from Zero Tolerance. You know, we had a crazy clutch coming through on the first day of finals, and the hide and seek game was just absolutely on point. But again, Triple Esports picking up 1 point. I don't know, DK. At this point, we have to wait and see. We do, but I feel like it's getting really tough for some of the teams, especially on the second pages of this overall rankings, because they're running out of maps. I think that's just the scary point, is that we're down to 7 maps left.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to run out of opportunities. But of course, as we look over on towards the overall rankings, it is going to be Virtual Gaming sitting right up at the top there with their 3 winner chicken dinners under their belt. It is absolutely insane to see that, and it's so satisfying for them, though. I mean, they've been able to just hold on to pole position. Of course, Virtual Gaming then see the players there from Cryptics and Team Myth actually now right hot on their heels. Team Myth moving up from 4th place, trading places with 1 million esports. And of course, if we look over on towards the second page, this is where we can see it is still very much a close call situation, right? There's not a big disparity with regards to points coming in for these teams. It is still super accessible for everyone, still very much sitting from 4th place all the way to, I'd even go as far as to say, like maybe 15th position as well. So I'm curious to see at what point these teams are going to be popping off. But I mean, one thing we can say for Triple is they've been consistent so far today, right? Consistently bring in points on the board, but it's not the amount of points that we'd like to see for them. So definitely, hopefully they could, you know, change that up. They are still in a position where they can bring in that change up. But once we move into tomorrow's matches, it's going to be a little bit too late.
Yeah, look, I think as we go through the finals weekend, I feel like there's going to be slight changes for these first 2 days. That final day might be absolutely crazy. I feel like that final day is going to be where the teams that are sitting in those top 6 positions already, maybe they've already found themselves with those triple-digit points. Maybe they might bring a little bit more of that chaos that we've seen in previous days. Maybe they might change up their strategies completely. So again, this is why we say, close the gap while you have those opportunities, because slowly but surely they are fleeting.
Yeah, they definitely are. And of course, we'd love to hear what your opinion is. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. Let us know. You can search for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa channels. Tell us what your opinions are on what we just spoke about. And of course, on that, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. And we'll see you guys back in a short few moments. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals Day 2. Of course, we're getting ready to move into our final match of the day. If you missed it, we just saw Virtual Gaming picking up their third winner chicken dinner right here in the finals, and they are just blazing away for themselves. But of course, now we get ready to hop straight into Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing in on our final match of the day. Of course, the flight path does seem to be a little bit further down south, so we can see the Sosnovka Island over on the left-hand side. And if you look to your right, you'll see the rest of the main island. But of course, now we get to see where that zone is going to be going, and it's making its way all the way across towards that lovely western side. And also, we have that leaderboard sitting over on the left. As we can see, it is still very much contentious on the overall standings.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Captain DK. I appreciate that. And as your co-pilot, it does seem that we do have a few teams dropping a little bit more towards, I guess, the eastern side, already jumping out looking for some of those favorite spots. I am curious to see if we're going to see any contention towards this part of the map. As we know, unfortunately, that northern side, as we might see Lusail, maybe even Cryptics, and a few of the other teams maybe favoring those parts. Not sure if they're going to be going for them this time around. So alternative drop sites will be where it's at. And of course, for Masters and Intruder, they're just having a great time. They know that they have the military base all to themselves. But Zone is going to be the big question here, DK.
Well, we'll find out as soon as our viewers return their trays to their upright stowing positions before we see where exactly it is. And of course, it takes us all the way over towards the northwestern side. So be sure to make your seatbelt as tight as you possibly can, because we are in for a crazy ride as the teams make their way on down for their final map right here today. And of course, now, as we can see, we do have a little bit of a change up with Blackjack dropping down over in towards that Malta Power region. The Virtual Gaming team right there alongside them. Of course, Darkness also a lot more of a southern position for them, but they are looking to disengage and get themselves situated much further up north. Of course, the same can be said coming through for the players there from Slime 4KT. And as we look a little bit further towards the western side, it is going to be Zero Tolerance and the players there from Lusail. Now, also still looking to see where it is they'll be looking to be going. Of course, Super Young Stars going to be super comfortable. The same, of course, can be said for the players here from Masters Esports. And now, for the viewers, you can also get yourself a beautiful permanent PMPL parachute skin, potentially, if you head on over into the in-game esports event center, and you can participate in the PMPL event to get yourself a few of those special items. But of course, now for the meantime, seeing that everything looks hunky-dory in the cabin, it is now going to be time for the teams to get to swinging over on the map.
I was waiting to see how long you were going to take that joke, but I applaud your commitment there. No turbulence jokes, which, I mean, I was just waiting for. I was waiting for the turbulence jokes, but hey. Alright, so what I do want to ask is Virtual Gaming running this 2-2 split right alongside Blackjack. Of course, they couldn't have known that Blackjack is going to change their drop site, but surely they're hopefully going to get that information and rotate on through. It does seem like Blackjack actually might move up towards the other two of Virtual Gaming there by Lipovka. So that might be a little bit interesting to witness. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to happen. 1 million as well, a little bit of a change up, has moved up already from Malta, getting a little bit closer towards that zone, maybe even heading towards that northern part. As we know, pretty much the northern side of that island pretty much fully up for grabs here for the teams. They can have some nice peaceful looting phases if they take those early rotations, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, very spread out approach here, and there's a few teams that I am staring at on the map to wait and see if they're going to make their move on our last Erangel of the day.
Yeah, man, fully, of course. Now, yeah, it's time to see what the teams are going to be doing. G3 going about their business, as we can see, just doing the usual up in farm, getting themselves ready for a potential rush a little bit later on. Meanwhile, there is going to be Blackjack and the players here from Virtual Gaming having a little bit of a back and forth. Virtual now trying to push Blackjack out from rotating into their region, as we see now Zane and MG continue to make their rotation, heading back into what is a little bit more of the, the familiar territory for them. We usually see them, of course, dropping, relatively close towards Mansion as they've now returned into that region. Of course, the players here from Slime also making that push all the way up and towards Yasnaya. But this time around, again, we're going to look to see what the rotations will be bringing in. We do have the players there from 1 million opting to rotate all the way up in towards Severny, so they'll have a little bit of tranquility up in the northern side. As we know, there's no other teams really committing to that far northern reaches just yet. And well, aside from Lusail, who we see having wanted now just on the opposite end of that waterway.
Yeah, for the time being, hopefully a bit of rotation would come through and they regroup to get to their favorite spots. But of course, there's some fun opportunities here for some of the teams, and again, a nice bit of a split approach coming through from like Team Unique, Triple Esports, even Super Young Stars, to not only maximize their looting potential, but of course get that information locked down with the rotations that need to come through. We're going to see that mass migration happen once again, and that does mean that information will be key. Already, Umbra taking a nice bit of a rotation there to potentially zero tolerance. Ooh, okay. This might be a bit of a fun one. Maybe they might just pass on through, take the bridge, get to the northern side. We'll have to wait and see. We do see PRZ pretty close, but the rest of Team Umbra still have to make that rotation. So, I don't know. This makes me a little bit nervous.
It does seem like Umbra is just going to be rotating on through. I mean, Zero Tolerance not really set up in a position where they are looking to be aggressive, right? Because looking at what we saw on the minimap just then, they are still very centralized in that sunken city. So it is, you know, somewhat challenging to reach across, looking at particularly at the pathway that Umbra is following to rotate through on towards the north. So it is going to be a little bit of a saving grace, at least for Umbra, to continue on with their efforts and, you know, get themselves a little bit more situated and set up. But just on the opposite end, as we can see them now pulling up into Cube. But of course, Darkness rotating up as well from that eastern side. And this is where Lusail now could maybe have a few visitors rolling up alongside them. And of course, speaking about visitors, it is going to be G3 and Myth now rotating up alongside each other, looking to see where they are going to be looking to go. And of course, we do have Everest, at least for the time being smack dab center zone.
And open for the taking. I mean, Triple Esports there towards the southwestern part of Everest, maybe inching a little bit closer and closer to the opportunity, but not taking it just for the time being. Of course, looking at this, G3 Temper and Myth just, you know, checking who's the fastest with their rotations right now, shoulder to shoulder. Myth making a bit of a beeline, and Umbra now holding the line on the bridge, maybe even spotting up G3 Temper. Oh, be careful here. Morteza showing a couple of nice little angles there. Just hitting some of the sides of those buggies, you know, maybe giving them a little bit of a new sort of paint decals.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of a touch-up coming through, but of course now they got to be careful because we've got G3 just pulling in on that southern side of the waterway with the Cryptics moving in from the west. So it is going to be quite the contentious region once again. But I mean, Cryptics now very well situated up in towards the container yard here. We do see Lazy Boy quite some distance away on the opposite end of Hospital. But it is going to be Lazy Boy now starting to mobilize themselves and getting ready to rotate through. Speaking about rotations, we got Masters actually now venturing across that western bridge with Unique position quite up ahead of them. And this is where Slyke now gets ready to just welcome them in with warm barrels as the shots continue to fly on down. And a risky rotation actually coming through from Masters. But of course, now they've decided, you know what, it's better to maybe try the eastern bridge. As, you know, the West is just a little bit too hot for them to handle, and I can't really blame them. And they can actually afford to do it, right? It is still first phase. The blue zone not going to be too damaging to them for the time being, so they can actually pull off that rotation or just wait for Unique to rotate through. At least they've got an informant on the opposite end of that bridge.
Yeah, a little bit of a scout position. Elias will hopefully be able to survive and just get the information that Masters needs. Maybe they can wait it out, or maybe they'll take that bit of a further rotation in. Rest of the teams going to head on through to the river. You can see Petrox also just making a bit of rotation right past Blackjack Esports, who are just keeping a watchful eye for the time being, not getting involved, but getting the information that they need. Virtual Gaming going right through Blackjack and Slime for KT, just something to note there. So 4KT still in zone, still needing to get in their cars and get a move on, but Virtual Gaming might be the first team in zone. And if that is the case, we could have a bit of a setup coming through here as they head towards those buildings. But of course, 1 million, Severny, nice and peaceful. They don't have to worry about a single thing. Still very open there towards both the northern and southern parts of the zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some beautiful positions that the teams can still look to occupy. But of course, now Cryptics, just not too hastily in the approach. Just going to be moving up a little bit. Just trying to gather a little bit of information a little bit further up ahead as well. But again, not going to be doing anything drastic, at least for the time being. But now, of course, it is going to be rotations to come on through for the rest of the teams, and Cryptics now just hunkering down, looking to see where this next phase could potentially be moving. A 30-point turn coming through there, as we saw as well. Not the best place to try and turn a vehicle around when you're in the garage, but each to their own. Of course, it is going to be Blackjack now having a position just north there of Rozok. But yeah, again, it's a little bit of a contested spot. We've got Darkness Manuel coming through with that Mosin, just tapping away, just alerting Blackjack of their position. I don't think that was necessarily the best decision to make. Again, each to their own, but they got to be careful because 1 million is sitting just north of them, so make too much noise and you could get bounced upon.
And I mean, just for the teams, or at least for the viewers who are looking to keep an eye out on Masters Esports, as we know, they're still out in zone. They have avoided Unique, who have just moved right past their scouts, Ilias, who got the information to the team. So they're on the bridge, making their way onto the main island. And seemingly, it looks to be a safe route for the time being. That is until they look for their spot in the zone. We'll see what those information from Ilias at least can provide. The rest of the teams looking a little bit congested. Again, Everest actually in control of Triple Esports, who are holding the line, looking at the rest of the teams. Might be a little bit difficult when they have to make that rotation down the ridge line into the rest of the teams that are set up, like Super Young Stars and Myth and Cryptics around Everest. So that could be a bit of a difficult rotation for them to make. A little bit worried about that, but we'll have to see how it turns out with the next zone shift.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where the teams will go and also where that zone will be taking them. But whichever way the zone goes, a few teams will be zone blessed, unless, of course, it moves all the way up in towards that northwestern side where we can see it as quite open, at least for the time being. But I'm liking that approach coming through from Masters, not looking to rotate too aggressively through the zone, just hugging the edge. And now that is exactly where the zone has gone, into that beautiful open expanse that we see just outside of shooting range. I love it when I'm right with these things. You just got to call them for what they are. But now it's going to be chaos, as we can see a lot of teams having to push up from the south and the east.
Hey, I called a cave, you called a shooting range, basically. So, fantastic opportunities here for the teams now to make at least make their own opportunities. I think 1 million might be one of the first to do so, as they're the closest to getting into that expanse. And of course, Lusail now, unfortunately, having to deal with Cryptics rolling up on their position. Marshall, right up the stairs we go. Salam just dropping down in the nick of time, but can they get away is the question. Carryboy throwing a couple of shots through the window onto a bouncing Salam, who just around the corner we go, down to the floor, but is not going to be quick enough. The rest of the team of Cryptics will make sure their coordination is in check. So Lusail will have to say goodbye to Salam for the time being. Watson is the closest, alongside Wanted at least, to get involved here, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. I mean, Marshall just has to go around the corner and then the third should be done.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, it could still turn out either which way, but of course, a good position now being taken up here by Cryptics, already just clearing out the building. And now it's up to Lusail to look to see what they will be doing from this point, because already we know they are situated up in that 6th place, and they are going to be looking to just fortify their standings on the overall rankings. And with that, it is going to be Salam saying goodnight for now. That is the end of the road there, but of course, there's a lot of action still brewing up behind them. We've got G3 and Myth also still looking to squeeze their way up in towards the zone. But it does seem like Lusail is looking to put a little bit more distance between them now and Cryptics. And I do think that is a good decision being made right there.
Oh, absolutely. Let's disengage and focus on the mass migrations. you know, that's going to be their worrying factor here, because we need to look at all of the teams that are going to be pulling up right behind them, like Super Young Stars, Blackjack, who've already made their stance there towards shooting range. 1 million, a little bit more towards the eastern side, as the other teams that were rotating had deterred them. Unique as well. Ooh, nice bit of air there thanks to Chills, making rotations into the zone right alongside Masters Esports. So they're caught out in the zone, and if they're not careful, they might have to take a little bit of a fight. Of course, Zero Tolerance also involved in this one. And Myth now finding Triple Esports. Oh.
It is a bit of an as you know, it's a tough run so far today for Triple Esports. But of course, speaking about tough, it is going to be G3 looking to apply some tough love onto Super Young Stars. We can see Lash in position just up ahead of them, that zone. Also now getting ready to pop up once again, prepping itself for another crazy move. Where will it go? Right over to the eastern side now. Zone blessing the players there from 1 million. But this is now that snowball effect. It is going to be absolute chaos coming in, especially on that eastern side of the zone. We've got Slime 4KT, we've got Virtual, we've got Darkness, we've got Intruder, we've got Unique. We've got pick a name. They're probably on this side of the zone. Aside from all the teams we have situated over on that far western side, of course, Unique will be our first team getting sent back into the lobby. Now we see Angelo from Masters just come blazing into zone. Down they go as the shots continue to follow its way on through. Tornado now just landing the devastation. And Angelo, left to try and fend for themselves as the rest of the squad obviously positioned a little bit elsewhere, but still those rotations yet to make their way on air. And now Intruder also going to be looking to bounce on the opportunity here, seeing that all these teams are positioned in such close proximity. But of course, look at this. Aimer alongside Petrox. Oh, that vehicle being a little bit of a saving grace there. But will we see Aimer now pop in the shot? No, it is now obviously going to be Aimer making a quick dash back into the safety of his teammates.
Run. Literally, that is running in my head. Now, Triple Esports picking up a couple of eliminations there towards Myth. Umbra finding Lusail. So plenty of opportunities here for the teams to really pack it in and get as many points as they can before the absolute chaos is going to ensue. We've got 1 million and Cryptics in close to center zone, with Umbra trying to make the same approach. Zero Tolerance as well towards the south part, and Blackjack here towards our northwestern side next to Super Young Stars. Again, they need to be careful. As we can see, Cryptics could get involved, and Blackjack is taking quite a couple of hits.
Yeah, they're taking quite a few hits indeed, but now they just need to just ride that storm out. Look to see if they can find those angles. They are a little bit spread out, but that is not a crazy spread coming through from them. And I do think it's a bit of an advantageous angle for them to be taking. Of course, we got to see the players there from G3 also now looking to squeeze on through Lelouch. Just keeping a little bit of an eye here, looking to see if they can spot Flacco and 6 rotating in, but up comes Nacho as well. So this is now going to be a hot seat situation, as Flacco starts off with a few hits flying in their direction. Meanwhile, we do see a few more hits coming in the feed, and of course that smoke getting popped in the air, it seemed there. But Umbra continuing to apply the pressure on towards Triple Esports, all the way down into with that southwestern side of the zone. Now it is up to Blackjack, G3, and Cryptics to kind of maybe wrap up this fight. But as we can see on the minimap, so the players there from Super Young Stars just holding on towards that western position. And it does seem like Virtual could also be just mobilizing themselves, but we'll keep an eye on the map to see where they go. Meanwhile, it is going to be 6 now, just looking down onto the players here from Mythicum, sneaking in, finding a quick knock on towards Nacho. Now Buden also getting traded there as Virtual Gaming come in swinging, and this is going to be an absolute bloodshed.
Oh, G3 Temper now down to 2 members remaining, 6. And of course, Flacco, who are trying to find the angles here to work with. Myth, Broly is going to go down. Farok is down. So there's an opportunity here to reset and regain their composure as they need to head into the zone. Of course, plenty of obstacles in their way. It's not just Myth, it's Virtual Gaming as well, making a rotation around. Moment in the zone, going to be pushing up. Right around the corner. Flacco here as well to get the shots in, but of course they need to make connections through the smoke, and they do. Myth go out, but all of a sudden, look who's rolling up into the action. It's Blackjack, who want to get a few eliminations, get a bit of a piece of the action here, and they do. Between Virtual Gaming and Blackjack, G3 Temper go out, and we've got 11 squads in this action.
Oh, absolutely insane, but a beautiful opportunistic play coming through there from the side of Blackjack. Now, of course, we can see the players there from Virtual Gaming position just up ahead of them. Petrox getting a few hits up in his direction there as Reverb comes tapping. And of course now Virtual coming in with that 2-2 split. It is going to be Alpha Luigi and Petrox, but Alpha Luigi now also getting ready to reposition back into safety. They are also now pulling up just north of 1 million. But of course, Cryptics, Super Young Stars keeping a very watchful eye on each other. Blackjack need to find a rotational path. But look at the setup coming through from 1 million. They have the compound all the way up in towards the northern reaches of zone. Dexter also now going to be venturing a little bit further in towards that zone as well. And of course, we see Intruder situated very good, holding the compounds there. But look at this now, 1 million coming under fire as Blackjack have wrapped around, looking to see if they can sneak their way on in, looking to contest for this potential compound, or at least just alleviate a little bit of the pressure that could be coming through from the side there of 1 million. You can see players there from Virtual Gaming also coming under fire, and it is going to be an absolute barrage of hits all over the place. Super Young Stars making their way on back as well. Lusail also now packing their bags. Off they go. Slimeful KT continuing to push on through an absolute chaotic rush as Intruder also now get traded on up, and off we are to only 8 remaining teams, 29 players still remaining, and it is absolute chaos up north.
Woo, I blinked and we're down to 8, but of course we might be down to 7 as 1 million move on in and clean up the remnants there of Virtual Gaming, who unfortunately will have to say their goodbyes. We've got 26 players left alive, but of course, for how much longer is the question. 1 million still alive in the compound, but of course, look who's moving on in. Now looking at this, Blackjack turning their attention there towards Team Umbra, who have to make a bit of a play here. They need to get into zone. They need to get into safety. Dexter cooking up a nice little bit of a nade there, just waiting for the connection. But Reverb and, of course, MG, they split up. They make sure that they're not going to be taken out by one singular nade. They are looking for the eliminations here. They're looking to take 1 million back to the lobby.
Oh, and up comes those rotations now as 1 million trying to find a way out of the situation. Of course, Blackjack going to be looking to play that reach, but the team's now having to reposition all the way down to the southeast. Of course, Blackjack having a good rotational path right behind them, could turn around and look to get those plays in, but up comes the hits now. Slolush gets traded. Black lost, Eflex, the last 2 remaining hopefuls for the team here of 1 million, but the shots continue to fly on through. Eflex just feeling the pressure now starting to mount. Black lost now trying to hold on for dear life. Will this be the end of the road for 1 million? Blackjack also now having to quickly tend to their wounded. As we can see, the reses coming through. Knight getting returned back on in. And of course, now it is going to be Umbra looking to make their way as well. As we can see just a little bit further down below. Cryptics actually being a little bit more calculated this time around. Just holding their space. But of course, those utilities getting sent over into Blackjack once again. Black Lost now sending up a little bit more, trying to get those smokes deployed before the others start to dissipate. But look at this, the barrage now continuing in from the Blackjack end as Black Lost and Eflex come under fire. We got Knight now trying to hold up that front line. Up comes the hit as Reverb lands beautiful shots. And of course, Eflex, down he goes. Knight finding a hit onto Lelouch, but gets traded. Black Lost now being the last hopeful, but up comes a beautiful third party. Now from Slime 4KT just popping off all the way from the eastern edge. Blue Zone catching up to the teams. They have to now reposition. Up comes Cryptics sneaking on through as well. Senke the last hopeful and lands devastation right there into the side of Blackjack. Oh, it is so brutal, but what a beautiful play. Slime 4KT also now just rolling on in. But essentially, the teams will have to reposition back into zone.
Oh, Slime 4KT looking for their winner chicken dinner, but of course they are not alone. 5 teams still left in this one. And Cryptic, Senke trying to hide the line and trying to hide in fact, but unfortunately not going to be the case as they go back to the lobby. And Umbra now with their full squad, turning their attention to all of the teams that they've got line of sight on.
Oh, Umbra looking absolutely golden right here. But of course, Zero Tolerance also being some pretty strong contenders. So you can see them also still rocking a full squad. Slime 4KT now coming under fire. But which way will this pan on out? Zero Tolerance hates gets blown up in the vehicle right there. Shadowwind just looking to fish through the smoke, but of course exposes themselves. And with that, the knock comes through on towards Morteza. But let's see whether or not Slime will be able to make a bit of a play coming through here. Darkness holding their position over on towards that western side. Wasted now just scanning through the smoke, looking to see if they can spot any potential plays to come through. Of course, with that, Tornado strikes down right on towards Aimer. Off goes the confirmation. And it is now going to be Pronto and Plaza left to play it out. Whiskey now taking a few hits. But look at this, Skydo just sneaking on forward, just cutting through the grass, just capitalizing on these angles. The ankles even now getting shot at there as Skydo finds a little bit of an opportunity.
Ooh.
Oh, Darkness now just trying to huddle up, trying to get themselves out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Umbra just going to be swinging on through as well as Vortex now gets traded off. We see Lord also now quickly trying to just make sure there's enough boost should any hits find their way towards them. Morteza, meanwhile, will be positioning up in towards that zone now, looking to set up that anchor point. PRZ hot on the heels there, just trying to back up any potential players that could be coming through. But of course, look at this now. Zero tolerance down south, quite some distance away from zone. That blue zone about to start moving on forward, and this is where things are going to get absolutely brutal. Zero tolerance down to Lord. It is not looking great in the zero tolerance camp, but of course now Lord trying to fish down on towards Wasted. Up comes the hits. Blue zone continue to force them forward. Shadowin, fortunately right there. Of course, Plaza moving up right to alongside Morteza. Up comes the hits and down goes Plaza with Morteza in tail. Slime 4KT getting eliminated. It is now up to Darkness, Umbra, and Zero Tolerance as Zero Tolerance 2 now gets eliminated. Shadowin on an absolute blaze. But it is going to be Darkness sitting on all four players up. Looking to move in on Umbra. It is going to be Shadowin and PRZ left to try and hold up the defensive lines. Of course, Whiskey getting down. Tornado also getting down. And this could be the winner chicken dinner for Umbra. Of course, we can see the players there from Darkness now holding their positions, not going to be looking to move in. Meanwhile, Umbra have a beautiful opportunity to get reset. They've already got 15 eliminations to their name. Darkness now down to Manuel. Those nades getting sent across once again. Moment still bleeding out, but let's see whether or not PLZ will be able to reach all the way across. Up it comes. Look at the bounce. Will it be the one? Oh, it overshoots, but it does cause a little bit of damage to Manuel. Manuel now quickly trying to res up, trying to get out of this pressure cooker, and up comes the rush. Oh, Shadowin gets traded. Up comes Wasted now looking to push on through, and that is now Moment getting forced out of his hiding place, rather Manuel. Up comes the hit, and it is the end of the road. Umbra walk away victorious. Winner, chicken dinner locked on in. What a crazy play that was.
Wow. Looking at it again. What am I going to say? Oh, yes, I'm going to say a different team picking up a winner chicken dinner. Umbra coming in with their first one of, well, the Super Weekend. Not the Super Weekend, the final weekend. Wow, it's going to be weird. Either way, fantastic play coming through from them. And again, they were in dire straits. I mean, they did have at least one player there in towards that final zone. And unfortunately, just as quickly as they got in, they got taken out as well as Slime 4KT. So they were under quite a bit of pressure there. Cryptics was there, Zero Tolerance was there. Everyone was looking at Umbra and picking up 15, well, no, it would be more than 15 eliminations now. So 30 points a game for Umbra to finish this off.
Oh, yes. I mean, Umbra coming in heavy hitting in this match. I mean, there was so much action. I got such a ab workout from this past few zones coming through there, but it was so beautiful to see the teams just stepping up and just playing such a dynamic game. It was phenomenal, right? Because I mean, at some point we had Cryptics, we had Blackjack, we had G3, all just fighting it out. We even had the players from Virtual Gaming holding up alongside them. It was pure chaos for majority of these last few phases. And I mean, with Umbra walking away with that winner chicken dinner, we saw also Zero Tolerance laying down quite a few impressive sprays onto Umbra as they tried to rotate in towards that zone, trying to get themselves ahead. But unfortunately, you know, the players there from Zero Tolerance got traded, and then it came down to Darkness. But again, Umbra just coming in with such strong approaches into that final phase, that final rush, just trying to lure out Manuel. And man, they succeeded, and they picked up an impressive amount of eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. So yeah, big congrats going out to Umbra. But of course, we've got highlights, right? So even though you missed some of it or you can't remember what happened, we've got highlights to show you and remind you once again. So enjoy, and we'll see you guys back in a short moment. Such great teamwork rather coming through there from the side of Umbra, picking up that winner chicken dinner. I mean, unfortunately, we did see a little bit of a, let's call it a sacrificial lamb getting put in there. Of course, Morteza getting taken down, but you know, sometimes you just got to do what you have to do. Once we saw Plaza come rushing in there right on towards that position. But at the end of the day, Umbra walks away with the winner chicken dinner. And of course, now it is time for us to take a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure coming into this final match. Of course, Umbra, no surprise, dropping the 30 bomb on us right there, picking up 32 points with 17 eliminations. Absolute insanity, but of course, so satisfying to see. But of course, then we look at Slime 4KT. Also picking up 10 eliminations. So really good, phenomenal effort being put here by the teams.
And I mean, I think that's our first 30 bomb on finals weekend coming on through. So huge congrats there to Team Umbra for picking up a fantastic last game of our second day of finals weekend. And yes, some fantastic eliminations spread out along the first page here. But as we look to the second page, unfortunately, those will be some of the teams that didn't quite get the success that they were wanting for on this last map of the second day. But again, it's okay. We still got 6 games tomorrow. So let's take a look at those overall rankings and see how things may have shifted and changed from a game like this one, especially for Team Umbra. I mean, looking at it, I think they were sitting around 10th place, sitting on that second page on the overall rankings. So after a game like this, based on how close it's been,
Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows? We'll, of course, find out once we hop over into our overall rankings to see what the devastation is, right? What the impact of this last insane match was. And, of course, no time to delay on that. As you can see, Virtual Gaming sitting up in pole position still, managing to hold strong there, sitting on 138 points. But Cryptics now still up there in that second position, just increasing their lead. But we see that beautiful jump coming through from Umbra, all the way from 10th up into 3rd place, joining the Century Club, of course. Myth right there alongside them on 105, and 1 Million Esports also sitting there on 102. Slime 1 point away from joining up into the Century Club, sitting on 99 points. But Intruder also, as we can see, bringing in those efforts. So it is still very close on this first page, looking at where the teams currently find themselves. And looking at the second page, it is still exactly the same. It is still contentious all the way from here till next Tuesday, as we can see the teams still sitting very close. The only team in a little bit of trouble, in my opinion here, is going to be the players from Triple Esports.
yeah, look, we've been waiting. Maybe we need to just leave them to their own devices and see what they come up with tomorrow. But again, 6 games to try and close the gap from 27 all the way to 72, while the rest of the teams are trying to do the same towards that first page. We know they all are vying for a spot there towards the top 6 to move on forward to even greater opportunities than I mean, what this PMPL Africa has been for the region, it has just brought in a fantastic set of opportunities for these teams to grow, to showcase what they are capable of, what the region is capable of, and of course, give us a taste of what is to come. So I'm very excited to see these teams. I'm so thankful that they have just brought action after action for us to witness here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely beautiful to see these teams just going to town, right? I mean, they're just stepping up so phenomenally. And I mean, looking at what the point situation is, right? It is still close. Any of these teams can take that pole position. Any of them. I mean, yes, Virtual Gaming, they're being monsters, right? They're picking up 3 winner chicken dinners already. And they are, at least for the time being, 13 points ahead of Cryptics, who sit in second position. But even if we look at Tempo, who's sitting over in 15th, right? And then we go right up to the players there, Team Umbra sitting over in 3rd place. That is only that's only 34-point difference, right? That's it. One match, like we just saw come in from Umbra, that's all you need to jump all the way from 15th right up into that 3rd place. So, I mean, tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane to see what these teams are going to be bringing into the table. But it is so satisfying to see it be so close between all these teams, right? Because, yes, we did see a little bit of a difference over in the Super Weekend and the league plays as well. So this is what makes it so surprising, is seeing such a drastic shift being brought in by the teams. But I got to say, I am absolutely loving this.
I'm absolutely here for it as well. I mean, this is the kind of competition we wanted in finals. We didn't want one team running away with every single match, one team being, oh, okay, well, we know who's going to be going through to the next phase, yay. I want that contention. I want the teams to push themselves to the limits, because this is really, we're going to be seeing their true colors. We're going to be seeing what they are actually capable of, which we haven't been able to do up until now. This is the final stretch. We've got 6 more games left, and I think the teams still have a couple of surprises up their sleeves for that final day of chaos.
Oh, yes, it is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, just the jump that we've seen from yesterday to today. I mean, yesterday was contentious AF, right? Today is like contentious AAAFFF, right? Just add a few of those in, and it's insane. And I think tomorrow it's going to be exponentially even more so, right? Because it's going to be the final day of play. It's going to be those final 6 matches in which the teams have the opportunity to prove themselves, to grab those slots. And it is, at this point, still anyone's game, right? None of these positions are guaranteed. None of this is locked in, and anything can change in one single match. We just saw that come through from the side of Umbra, who dropped that 30 bomb, jumping from 10th to 3rd. You know, I'm expecting a lot more of these insane plays coming through in tomorrow's performances.
Absolutely. And I've been so thrilled to witness it all with you, DK. And I think tomorrow is going to be an absolute insane game. So again, for the viewers, if you're watching this, if you're still awake, make sure you come back tomorrow, because it's going to be insane. We don't know who's going to take the top 6 slots. We do definitely not know who's going to take the number 1 slot. So make sure you're here screaming and shouting for your teams, your favorite players. They are going to need it. Tomorrow is going to be brutal.
Yeah, indeed, it is going to be absolutely brutal and crazy and insane, and whatever other words you want to throw in the mix to try and describe what we are anticipating to see on the battlefield tomorrow. But of course, we also got to give a big shout out going out to Oppo with upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, with that, of course, it brings us to the end of an absolutely insane day of gameplay. So be sure to join us back again for all the crazy action unfolding on the battlefield. Once again tomorrow, same time, same place. Much love going out to all the viewers. You guys are legends. The teams, guys, you are on fire. Keep it up. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow on the battlefield. Have a safe time. We'll see you all back again later.